Hello. What up? What's up, Negative View? Hello, Daniel. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. What's up? We're going. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-da-ba-dum, bum. Okay, let's turn that off. Hello! I was just getting everything all ready to go. Hello, G. Hercub, Mike 30. Hello. What's up? If you don't know where you are, my name is Mega. This is Critical Eyes. Here we watch through campaign 1 of Critical Role. Me for the first time. Most everyone in chat probably not. I'm a long-time DM, and I try to give a fresh perspective on the first campaign of the beloved franchise through a kind of an analytical lens. We look at the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful. Last episode was definitely in the beautiful camp, or last half episode, because this is 94 part 2. We watch one half of an episode per stream because I talk too much about the episode. So we are going to get into episode 94, although I'm having a bit of weirdness because they changed. Dude, fucking YouTube is all over the place, man. They're changing so much. They changed like all the UI on their player, which like, I don't know. It doesn't, it's not bad. At least from my initial impressions, but it's very different. And they just put out the big live update on the background that broke several things, it seems. But yeah, that's what we're here to do today. Also, before it gets asked, I have not watched more C4. I will. I'm telling you, it'll happen. I'm just not telling you when it'll happen. Because I am avoiding doing other things I need to do, and I have been working on some cool stuff. I haven't been totally slacking off, but I've been working on like a series that me and Mike are recording, a series that me and Paige are recording. We're doing a lot of offline stuff, which has been kind of weird. But I'm really starting to hone in on how offline stuff can work for me after the disaster's traumatic. But after Fantasy High, which I did not, I got to the point where I could not enjoy, or where I did not enjoy filming it, and that sucks because I liked the show quite a lot. And so I'm figuring out how to film in that. But I've got like, honestly, at this point, I have 2 series that are a little bit more loose. And then I've got, I don't want to say too much because I have a problem with leaking things before, they come out. But I've been working on something since like April that is going to come out in January that I'm very excited about. So that stuff is like that. I don't know. That all like is what it is. It's taking up space and time as it just will. And then in order to watch C4, I at least mentally have decided that I have to figure out how to do this like very specific admin task. And that involves me doing a bunch of stuff to the back-end code that I was working on for a long time to basically make it like production ready. Like it is at a point of like proof of concept. It works, but it does not work at scale. As I have like tried to actually load all of the data into it, a lot of the processing stuff just is not properly scalable. And making it so is really annoying. Like making it all kind of like production ready where I can use it consistently. It's just a lot of stuff I've never done before. I've never taken an app from, which honestly, it kind of frustrates me that I've never done this. Like I got a computer science bachelor's degree from a university. I didn't just like, not to put down code camps in any way, but like I spent 4 years getting that degree. I feel like one of my classes could have had us take an application from nothing all the way up to full production ready, throughout the entire process. I feel like that's a thing that one of our classes. Well, that was weird. We just, I know I was gone for a second because I just started dropping a bunch of frames. And then I think like my network reset. That was strange. Okay, well, we're back. But yeah, so it's like that is all delaying that, which is then delaying me doing like the admin tasks, which is then delaying me watching C4. But I'm making progress on other stuff, which is good. The redesigned UI is like most modern redesigns. It has no notable new features, takes more space, and was a waste of their developers' time. I will agree with waste of the developers' time. There's some new stuff, but it's very unnecessary to me. It's like you can now like click the time code to see a time to end. You can like flip between like time left in the episode and time elapsed in the episode. That's technically new. It's, I don't know. It's new. I don't know if it was worth it. And like all of the icon redesigns are like pretty whatever. You could do this already. That's fair. You probably could. You probably could, and I just don't know how to do it. And I just didn't know how to do it. The time code thing? Yeah, probably. Look, I was searching for something, but yeah, it's very strange. When YouTube has like the best player in the biz, when like that, I would say that is like one of their core advantages over something like Twitch. It is a little bit like, really, this is where we're spending our time? But, I can't fault them totally because they just did release that big live update. So it's like, okay, well, they've got separate teams, I guess. Just seems like the UI redesigners could have done something else with that time. I had the new UI for a week. Weird. Yeah, they do. They do love the slow rollout. Which, you know what? I also can't blame them for. Like, I think YouTube and Google are slow, but I can at least kind of say that at least they seem careful, which is not something you can say about all companies at this point, If they ever admitted the UI is good already, a lot of devs would get laid off immediately. Yeah. But changing the UI is so much easier. I have a complex opinion of CS degrees. The worst developer I've ever worked with all had advanced degrees. Some of the best had no degree. I am with you. I think if I was who I am now and the world was where it was now, I would have probably gone to trade school. Like, I was pretty meh on the concept of college when I went to it. I went because it was a way to, I wanted to go into the military. if you're new and haven't heard this background lore, that is a thing. And it was either go to the academy or do ROTC. And I thought that ROTC was the better of the two options because I would get exposed to non-military people while I was doing my, officer training, essentially. And so that was the reason that I went to college, and they paid for it. But when I got DQ'd, suddenly it was a much different situation. Yeah. I was very frustrated with my computer science degree, and I actually worked with, I don't know if I've mentioned this. I had a professor that was trying to get a new curriculum, like an alternative degree curriculum for computer science that he was calling computational core. And rather than taking, I don't remember how many credit hours you need for a degree. It was something like, 120 credit hours for a bachelor's degree. 90 credit hour, 120 credit hour. Whatever. Instead of having 120 hours, we'll say, you would instead have something like 300 individual lessons, essentially. Or like units, all organized in like a skill tree, essentially. So it was like you would take the intro class and then that would unlock like 3 new classes and you could take them in any order. And so all of them were just like prerequisite gated, essentially. And you would pay by the unit. And once you paid for a unit, you just had it. I think they were floating around the idea of like time gating it to some degree. I don't remember what but it was essentially so that like someone couldn't like take the entire thing and then just like give their account to someone else, essentially. But it was like you could go back and take any of the units at any time. You could take any of the tests at any time. Like all of it was going to be entirely pre-recorded. And the way that I got involved is I was doing some of the lectures. I was obviously a college student. I did not, know all of the information that I was lecturing on, but I was doing like the intro classes. So I knew most of it pretty well. I was, doing like bitwise logic courses. But I also had a script. So I would read like off of a teleprompter, and I had like one of those what's the fucking the whiteboard that is clear, and so you can write on one side of it, but you have to write backwards. I was doing that sort of thing. And so all of it would be pre-recorded, and then a teacher would have like essentially like a variable unit load where they would try to like distribute the units among the teachers, and then the teachers would be there basically for the sole like reason of like answering questions, doing study halls, doing labs, or not even doing labs, but like being able to like host physical in-person things in case people had questions or concerns about any given unit. And that was really cool. I don't know how it's standing up in the age of AI. I haven't looked into it recently. But it was also nice because each unit was like $60 or like $100. So you could go through it much more at your own pace. You could acquire skills as you go, and you don't have to drop a bunch of money on tuition. So, yeah. The missing bits are mostly in practical parts. If they aren't doing their own work outside of class, they come out with all zero practical knowledge. Yeah, and then when I went into the industry, I was working on entirely either COTS apps, like out-of-the-box apps, or just custom apps that had already been stood up by someone else. So I never had to actually go through and stand anything up, which is super annoying. Displaying classes as a skill tree is a brilliant idea. Why don't they display them that way? I don't know, because they could already. They could already. That's like the whole thing of like prerequisites. Yeah. They could. That sounds similar to the stuff that MIT and Harvard do, except their stuff isn't free and can't get you a degree, so they don't have to worry about time gating. That's fair. And this was paid, but it could get you a degree. So that was definitely the difference. Yeah. It gets a lot more complex if it's supposed to be a degree track. Yeah. Wouldn't it be easier to mirror the video instead of mirroring the writing? Yes. I don't remember why I had to, like, for some of them, I do remember writing normally, and then for some of them, I did write backwards, and I could not relate the distinction in why I had to do one or the other. Look, I'm just a pretty face, bro. I show up, I stand where I'm told, This whole streaming self-direction thing, it's new for me. It's new for me. Me and Mike have been recording some videos, and he's been managing a lot of it. And sometimes he'll be like, we'll start the recording, and he's like, you know what we're doing here today? And I'm like, I don't. I knew that we were recording today, and I showed up to be talent. That's the real thing, man. I can show up and be on camera and be good to freaking go. Most of the hard part of being a creator is all of the stuff off camera. That's 90% of the difficult part for me. Oh, man. Every ex-military, including counting ROTC here, dude, I know, has long hair. Bro, they go the opposite way, man. After you get out, you stop wanting the short. You go the opposite direction. It's exactly what happened to me. I used to cut my own hair. I had a pair of clippers, and I would try to mark out a line with a comb on the sides of my head and the back, and then I would put the sides down to a 0, and then I would put a number 2 guard on it and just get the rest of the top. And that's it. And I did that for 4 years. And what is neat about both then and now is that I still do very little hair care routine. Very little. I don't use shampoo. I don't use conditioner. I'm au natural. I do shower very consistently. And I brush it in the shower and all that sort of stuff. But I am one of the common threads of my hair journey is not wanting to do a lot with it and not needing to go to the barber, but every 6 months is pretty nice. It's pretty neat. Well, I don't have a whole lot else going on. I think we are ready to get into it. I guess I'll give a little bit of a mini takeaway. If you didn't see last stream and you don't quite know how I'm feeling maybe about this episode, it's good, man. This is one of my favorite experiences, I suppose. I don't know quite how to phrase it. This is one of my favorite roleplay sessions, especially comedic roleplay sessions. I'm not gonna say it's the favorite because roleplay is a lot harder to remember in my head, just because there's so much more of it. If I probably sat down and thought about it, I could probably list out every encounter they've had because they don't actually have encounters all that often compared to how often they have roleplay. So I can't say it's my favorite roleplay or favorite comedic roleplay, but it's up there. It's very, very up there, and it's definitely my favorite tavern scene. It was really, really fun. Yeah. And I sort of have no if you want, I guess, the complicated opinions, we talked over it a bit at the end of the last episode, or the last stream, I should say. And we'll see. I mean, maybe it'll just be more fun roleplay. Maybe that'll be it. I don't know. That could be. I'm trying not to be like, when are they gonna get to the plot? I'm trying to actively like shut that section of me down. And just like enjoy what's in front of me, you know? And I think I kind of got into a habit of being like, when's the plot? Because a lot of the other, maybe more, comedic scenes or tavern scenes or whatever, I kind of felt like, I don't want to say they were a waste of time, but like, I was very much like, this would be more fun to be at this table than it is to watch. Like, sometimes just not, I talked at length about how good of a scene I thought that last one was and how good of a performance. And like, I thought that all of that was really great. And I thought that was very, probably, I would argue, more fun, even for the players, than a lot of the other tavern scenes. But I also recognize that sometimes you don't got the energy to to do the great scenes, right? Sometimes you're just showing up, you're playing D&D, you're having fun. It's a relaxing thing. I'm not gonna hold the players' feet to the fire of like giving the primo performance every time. Sometimes they just want to fuck around a little bit, and that's fine. And that would be fun at the table, but it's a bit more of like a for the players at the table. I think the really good improv is like up here, and like the maybe more, I would say, lackluster tavern scenes or improv is like down here, in terms of like how much fun and how satisfying it is. And for me as an audience, I think that it's like, it's more like this where it's like there's a much bigger kind of gap for me in how much I enjoy watching it. But I've so I think it's kind of gotten me into a habit of like, I see the more like comedic fuck around improv like in the mansion or like in a tavern, and my brain is just kind of like, okay, like, when are they gonna get to the plot? Because I think I've just kind of gotten used to it, mostly being kind of just fuck around recovery for them. But this one blew my expectations out of the water. It was so cool. It was really fun. Like I said, we went into detail about why I think it worked so much better than a lot of the other ones last time. But I liked it a lot. Who here heard of Dispatch? I saw this yesterday. So wait, let me pull it up. Yeah, I saw this comment and I started pulling it up. I saw this yesterday, and I just like saw the this thing right here. I just like, oh, it's a comedy where choices matter. And I was like, oh, it's like kind of like an Invincible type art style. Okay, like I'm into it. And then I start watching the trailer, and the Critical Role logo flashes. And I'm like, what the? I get jump scared by CR. And then I watch the rest of it. It's Telltale. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say it's Telltale, because Telltale fucking went bankrupt. But I mean, I feel like that's kind of the genre. Maybe we need a new name for that genre, because in my head, I don't know how to talk about that genre without just calling it the Telltale genre, like the games. But also, if you've played like Tales from the Borderland or the Walking Dead Telltale game, or even Life is Strange, I think is sort of in this. It is in that sort of like, it's like highly produced cutscenes with like multiple angles and like, kind of routes you can go down based on your dialogue choices. And I think sometimes based on quick time events. Choose your own story. Sure. Yeah. It is choose your own story, but there is the reason that I don't know how to, I still like almost want to delineate with Telltale is I feel like choose your own story can also kind of be like a lot of point and click type games. And the Telltale genre is definitely distinct from just like point and click, or even like text-based RPG sort of adventures. Like there is something to like the highly produced, and I don't say highly produced in a bad way. I feel like sometimes that has a negative connotation. Like very, very like high quality cutscenes intermixed with these very distinct choices. And I mean, they pioneered the blah blah blah. We'll remember that. That's a Telltale innovation. But yeah, I mean, it looks cool. I've always thought that if someone could figure out how to do it, it would be very cool. I thought that Telltale just had figured it out, but it turns out they were very financially insolvent. But yeah. I'm a bigger fan of their RP moments than their combat encounters. I mean, generally, so am I. It's specifically the like, as characters, let's go blow off some steam in a tavern that I very rarely enjoy. I've enjoyed so many individual RP moments. It's like the big comedic improv sequences, like the really, really long improv sequences, that I tend to not enjoy as much. But I really liked this last episode. Telltale went bankrupt? To my understanding, yes. Maybe not, but my understanding was, yeah, they went under. Choose your own story, tale-telling games. Tale-telling. There's actual gameplay in this one. That's also true. I should say about Dispatch, it does actually look like there is more active gameplay than what you might think of as a Telltale game. It looks very much like a 911 Operator, if you ever played it. Which, 911 Operator is a fun game. It looks kind of like a Telltale game mixed with 911 Operator. Which, like I said, very fun. So yeah, looks pretty sick. Looks pretty sick. I always conceptually liked Telltale games, but I think everyone fell kind of flat despite that. I kind of hope that the addition of the like low animation and somewhat like low complication gameplay of like 911 Operator will hopefully not have sucked away too many development resources and will make the game as a whole feel more well-rounded. That's my hope for it. I think it's a reasonable possibility, because like 911 Operator is a good game, but it's definitely small. Like it does what it does. I mean, it's $15. It's probably maybe even slightly pricey for that. And so hopefully that sort of layer of, not mini game, but like that layer on top of it, supported by the more highly produced Telltale sequences, hopefully makes it feel very well rounded. I hope. The trailer I saw was definitely not low animation. No. Not sorry. The cutscenes and like the Telltale side of it, I think will definitely be very, very high animation. But the actual like 911 Operator gameplay, you don't need, I think, as much like resources and assets. You reuse a lot of things and a lot of like sequences, as opposed to like one of the problems with that at least from what I read with Telltale is that like so much of it is like creating all of this duplicate animations that have to be kind of different but they all have to be high quality because that's what people are really coming for, very highly produced. And people will not experience a lot of the animation that you do for the game. And again, from what I read, people didn't feel like there was a super high replay value in Telltale. A lot of times they wanted to play like The Wolf Among Us or something. They wanted to play through like one, maybe two of the choice lines. But then the game was priced like, it was it was priced like there was 7 different choice lines, and like you would kind of replay it 7 times because there was 7 choice lines, and like that was the labor that went into it. But people were not actively kind of replaying it for all of those different lines, and so then they felt like the price was not reflective of their experience, and sales went down. So that's my understanding. So I'm hoping that this mini game where you won't necessarily need to have, these 7, basically miniature movies. You can kind of reuse a lot of the assets, maybe do like a few small custom things depending on story beats and stuff. I think that could hopefully make the game feel more robust and possibly even add to the replay value without adding too much animation labor, especially on the backside. So hopefully it's kind of like a bang for your buck in terms of dev time. That would be my hope. And I think it seems like a good strategy from that perspective. Wait, let's see. CR said they're making Exandria game. Oh, yeah. A visual novel. Yeah, it's closer to a visual. Yeah. I think visual novels have a little bit of a tendency to be associated with like 2D flat images with the occasional animation set piece. But I think that's probably the closest, yeah. Run ads? It's only been half an hour. What? No. Why would I run ads right now? We're not even close. Weird. Telltale went under in like 2018 IRC. Yeah. Reminds of This Is the Police too. Yeah. Absolutely. People critiqued Telltale's false choices a lot, but there are limits to how much they could make a game branch. Though arguably they chose a bad balance of things. Yeah, and that's my real hope with them integrating more actual, or not, I don't want to say actual gameplay, but like more of that like kind of mini game, more game, if that makes sense. Maybe more mechanical challenge rather than just an entire focus on story. I think them adding that in could hopefully be good bang for your buck in terms of their development time. Hot take, people who want more choices in these games don't know what they're asking for. You can't write 100 alternate storylines with each being good. Detroit Become Human has a ton of endings that feel immensely unsatisfying. Yeah. And I think it is the it's this weird thing where, and I think this is maybe a DMing lesson that you could also take away to some extent of like, there is a level of sometimes people don't know what they want, and they just don't have an understanding of what they are asking for. Like, I think most people would actually, like, if you sat down and, like, showed them all of the, like, the background inner workings, I think they would probably be like, oh, yeah, if it's going to take that much work, I probably don't want more endings. I think most people are reasonable in that way, but don't have a good understanding, or at least don't think about how much work it'll actually take. And I think even more is kind of what Seth Theshel hit on here of like, it's kind of the quantum ogre discussion, right? I talk a lot about having floating content and like not necessarily nailing down where any given content is until, not the last minute, but like relatively late in the game. And that is really like a hair's breadth away from the very negatively connotated Quantum Ogre, where you present players with 2 doors and it doesn't matter which door they pick, there's an ogre behind either door. It's a false choice. And I think the real shit of it is that most games have false choices at many junctures. I think about Baldur's Gate 3. I think that game reveals its false choices more the more you play it. But the first time I played Baldur's Gate 3, I did not feel like there were any false choices. I think they hid them super duper well. And I think that is the real shit of it, is that it kind of depends on whether or not people feel like it's a false choice. Like essentially how obvious, is the false choice. And if the false choice feels too prevalent or too obvious, I think it sort of even degrades the idea that there are more endings, right? It's like if the game technically has like 5, let's say, satisfying endings, but 2 of the endings, feel so similar as to feel like a false choice, even though they took entirely, separate animation routes and they, cost the amount of like labor cost as if they were 2 endings. If they don't feel distinct enough, then people are just going to meld them together and be like, oh, there are only 4 real endings, right? And so I think it's less of people. I mean, I'm sure it's all people span the gradient on this, surely, but I think a lot of folks want really distinct options. They don't want the 3-color ending of Mass Effect 3, right? They want the different endings to feel really distinct. And I think that towards the end, Telltale was really struggling with that, of making it feel like the choices did actually matter. At least to the extent that their animation budget would imply. Yeah. What's up, Amarok? Hello. Yeah, the presentation of choice without real choice. Yeah. The thing that makes the Quantum Ogre work is that players can't replay the adventure and take the other path, generally speaking. Yeah. Yep. And that is the truth. Is like you have to pre-prepare all those things in a video game. It's one of the advantages that TTRPGs have, is if you are clever as a GM, you can end up reusing a lot of prep that you didn't end up using, right? Like you can take it out, slightly modify it, and then put it somewhere else. So even if there were 2 very distinct choices behind the door, one of the really great things about a TTRPG is almost like the reverse of the Quantum Ogre, where like instead of having 2 choices with one thing behind it and then just placing that thing wherever, you can sort of do the reverse, where you have 2 choices. There are 2 distinct things behind each door. But then once they choose one of the doors, you take this one and remove it. And now that thing is no longer there. That choice is essentially empty. It wasn't empty when they made the choice. But once they make the choice, it disappears. And you can use it somewhere later. I think that is, a strategy you can use to varying degrees, depending on how, specific your prep is. But I think you can reuse a lot of the core stuff a lot more than people think. Telltale should have taken up the visual novel tradition of saying bad ending and cutting off certain routes quickly. I think that they made their mark not doing that and didn't properly pivot. Like, I think that is, that shouldn't be all of the endings, to be sure, but that could have let them have sort of a wider dearth without blowing up their production pipeline too much. You could have a set of choices that feels very consistently wide because not all of them actually progress to the end. Which I think that Walking Dead had that occasionally, but instead of the bad ending, it was, you died. You just die to a zombie. Telltale had that occasionally with The Walking Dead. And I think The Wolf Among Us. But it seems like it was a little bit too little too late. Or just, not enough. Or something else. I don't know. It would be very interesting to watch like a doc on how exactly Telltale went under. Because I don't know a lot of the details. And their genre is incredibly interesting. But yeah. Anyways, I think I'm gonna get started here because I know I've been chatting and I started early so that I could, chat and take my time. But I do have a hard out at, I forgot, I have to open up my calendar because I forgot the time for this. Probably at like 3:15. So we are, wasn't it like 3:45? I'm not gonna be too specific. I was watching all the TwitchCon drama and I was just thinking about I thought about going to Gen Con. And I've always been kind of hesitant on in-person stuff like that. And I have only gotten more hesitant in the modern day. I think it's possible, but it does seem unlikely that y'all will ever see me at a convention. It's not my thing to begin with. I'm anxious about people. And it seems the world is going in a direction to make me even more hesitant. I was just trying to remind you not pray. Oh no. I know Setheshel. No, I did not assume anything. You're all good. I was sort of bringing this up separately. But anyways, let's get into it.
Frustrated and tapping the toe. Eventually you watch as a new guard comes in and kind of, I'm so sorry. And they switch out. And the new personal bodyguard of Cassandra is Trisha, who stops and sets up and apologizes to Cassandra, and then turns and gets new guard and sees all the rest of you eating breakfast, staring at her, and goes, "Yo, good morning."
Yeah.
Good morning.
So as you guys now approach and walk in, about 20 minutes later, after this whole conversation, you guys have cleaned up and made your way, and you gather. She just says nothing else, and it's just now like oh boy.
Oh, you were just. Oh, what? That's why you're being so quiet. Oh.
After you guys have had a meal and you guys have made your way and had this bit of interaction where she's like, Cassandra comes over and sits kind of facing you, Vexalia.
Cassandra. Shh.
All right. Lady Vexalia.
Yeah.
Me and Percival had a conversation.
Yes, indeed it did. Ooh, look at that. The playback speed moved. How fun. I love that. It doesn't make me not want to put work into that again. Not at all.
Last night, and it's come to my attention that you've been granted a title
Oh, yes.
over Whitestone.
Yes.
Oh god, I'm gonna need to
The,
disable
title
that.
has been unfulfilled for quite some time. And I, for one, as myself, being the figurehead of the city, I wish to welcome you as a member of our chamber,
Thank you.
as the Grand Mistress of the Greyhound. Do you understand the responsibilities?
I have no idea the responsibilities. In fact, I have no idea what being a lady really means, except for saying I'm a lady every once in a while.
To be perfectly honest, it means very little. I can say this from experience. It means people look at you and expect you to have the answer. And you
I have all the answers.
And she kind of leans in and goes, and you really are just making it up best you can, but you do your best.
Right.
Uh-huh.
But as the Grand Mistress of the Grey Hunt, upon completion of the Grey Hunt, you are responsible for overseeing local diplomacy and rooting out mundane and supernatural dangers throughout the surrounding Parchwood
All right.
to protect the citizens of Whitestone.
So I'm like a god.
Oh no. More of a what would be the word I would think to use?
Vanquisher.
Destroyer of worlds.
Ooh, yeah.
So, please,
Decimator of
you'll-
beasts.
you will you will be eventually training and be granted a cadre of people beneath you as part of the Grey Hunt, who you will train and oversee as they ensure that the surrounding Parchwood is safe in the local area around Whitestone. As you may or may not know, there is a very long history of dangers within the forest. This
Gosh darn it. I gotta pause it. Responsible for as Grand Mistress of the Grey Hunt, upon the completion of the Grey Hunt, you are responsible for overseeing local diplomacy and rooting out mundane and supernatural dangers throughout the Parchwood. Local diplomacy? Unless that's a euphemism, that's weird. Is that a euphemism? Is that like diplomacy with like the supernatural beasties of the Parchwood? I have to imagine it is a euphemism. Because that seems like such a random overlap of responsibilities otherwise. Oh, man. Okay. I mean, I'll say two things on this. Number one, I think this is a good example of I'm trying to think of how to say this. I am sort of two minds on this. I think on one hand, this could be related or like a plot hook for the final arc. Maybe? I find that unlikely because it seems relatively low key, but so I don't know about that, but I do think this is a pretty slick and cool setup for what Vexalia's retirement looks like. She can do the Grey Hunt, and whether we see that on screen or off screen, I don't know what we'll end up seeing. And then they're talking about how like she will be responsible for, rooting this out. It's good, and she'll be responsible for training people underneath her. It's honestly very like early D&D coded, like very Beckme, like one of the initial stands for companion, I think the C stands for companion. It's very kind of that coded to me, of like this kind of evolution of what Vex is even doing. Because I think that like Scanlan retiring to play flute with his family is definitely not the sort of thing that every character can have. It wouldn't make sense for every character. It is like quasi impossible for some of them. But I really like that. I like this as like one of the possible alternatives of it is a more stable, kind of gig than D&D adventuring. But it is still very active. It's still like using her skills. She's still like a working violent professional. it makes a lot of sense for Vex to me, especially given her increase, her relationship with Percy. That's kind of, even Vax and Keyleth have been talking about, essentially he's super excited to retire to the Zephyra. She has become the voice of the Tempest, and they're like, yeah, it would be cool if you, stayed around and nearby, but, I don't know, you can kind of do whatever you want. They kind of gave Keyleth carte blanche, which I think is good because we need to finish the campaign still. But Vax is very much I think it makes a lot of sense for him wanting to retire to the Zephyra. I think that Vax craves, a quiet, normal life. I think we can even kind of see that in the difference between how they interact with Sildor, with their father. Of, Vex has much more of a, it seems like kind of maybe I don't know what to call it, a complex, I guess, regarding their father and Singorn. And to me, it seems to be because it is prescribing a certain type of behavior and a certain type of inclusiveness. And that is something that Vex seems to really chafe against, whereas Vax seems to not chafe against that sort of thing as much. In fact, he seems to kind of long for structure as long as he believes in what that structure is supporting. He didn't really fuck with his dad, so he didn't really fuck with that life, but it doesn't seem to be anything in particular about the life that he didn't really fuck with. It was more that, he didn't really relate to, the underlying ethos. Whereas he seems to love the Zephyra. And, probably rightfully so. And so I think that those kind of diverging sort of retirement things make a lot of sense to me. Of not only is Vex... Vex doesn't really seem to have, a super desire to, settle down in the maybe traditional sense. And not only has she found a broader place to belong at Whitestone, she is now going to be the head of an organization where she can define what it looks like to belong. She gets to train these new initiates in the ways and make a better organization than any of the ones that never quite accepted her. So I like it a lot as kind of a retirement angle for Vexalia specifically. I think it's a really nice retirement angle. And it has some lore implications which are kind of interesting. I don't think I've heard too much about the Parshwood, but a lot of this kind of, wraps. It kind of knocks on the door of some of my ley line theories, but nothing too crazy, so I won't go super into it. But the fact that there are supernatural beasties in the Parshwood, along with the material of Whitestone that is similar in composition, in core composition, to the lodestones of the Kraken. We've got supernatural beasties. We've got supernatural material. The Vestra told us that this sort of thing is happening because of planar influences, because of the water plane influences specifically. But we know that the Earth Ashari are not nearby. So what's going on? I don't know. I do also think it might not be Earth primordial energy, because I had that theory that essentially one of the ley lines is sucking away all of the essentially planar energy from the Earth Ashari. and kind of sucking it over to Whitestone. It could also be that the Sun Tree is somewhat equivalent in environmental effect to one of the planar portals. Like, it could be that the Sun Tree is this, like, celestially oriented planar force. It's like the upper, like kind of the positive plane, maybe, or, the upper planes more generically. It sort of gives off planar radiation of the upper planes in a similar way that the Vestra portal gives off the water plane planar energy, right? It's a similar mechanism. It's just not one of the elemental planes. Instead, it's the like celestial or upper planes. And it could be that like that's like it's giving off that sort of passive radiation. I don't know, but something is clearly up with Whitestone. Something is so massively clearly up with Whitestone. And it's like connection to not the material plane. Like, it has all of the same markers as an Ashari settlement with the additional evidence of the ziggurat and the fucking hole of death. So something is obviously going on. I just don't know the exact mechanism that is kind of causing it. Taking local nobles on hunts was a big diplomatic thing in olden times. I thought that was that like the hunt master's job, I guess? That's fair. Okay. You know what? That's fair enough. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Percy knows better than giving Vex a title that doesn't come with responsibilities. Hell yeah. Like, I think you're kind of on it, Belphegor. I think that she would just go crazy. She needs to like very actively participate, whereas Vax is much more comfortable sort of passively participating. And I think that is, makes it to where they should have very kind of different quote unquote retirements. Yeah. Grog should retire and become a traveling musician. Yeah. Oh, man. I remember when Percy gave the title, Tal actively said their responsibilities, but do we think those changed to tailor to Laura? I mean, that's assuming that they existed when he said that. Like, I think it is perfectly plausible that they existed in exactly this way, right? I also think it is perfectly plausible that Taliesin knew there would be some responsibilities, but didn't know exactly what. It's possible that they were vague about it and then, kind of hammered out the details later. I could see it running the whole gamut of like, there are responsibilities, but I have no idea what they are, all the way to Taliesin had mapped all of this out previously. I could see it being anywhere on that spectrum. Yeah. Thought that was what I just said, though. If I recall, Sundry said that Pelor's grace has faded away. Well, I mean, the elemental, planar portals certainly don't seem to be actively juicing off of like the water primordial or the earth primordial or the fire primordial, right? Like the capital letter noun, proper noun, like the fire primordial. They don't seem to be like juicing off of that. They seem to just have this connection to that plane. So I think it's possible that even though Pelor specifically has kind of gone bye-bye, that the Sun Tree is still feeding off of that. It might even have like a special, way through the divine gate or something like that. And maybe that's why they wanted to make the black hole in Whitestone, is because the Sun Tree has this sort of special keycard access through the divine gate to connect to the upper planes. I don't know. Whitestone is already magically attuned because it helps with spell components. What? What are we talking about? I mean, yes, I'm saying like the Whitestone is like magically juiced in the same way that like the Lodestone is. Yeah. Didn't you decide that the Whitestone was a byproduct of a Kraken or something like that? I was theorizing that it seems like the planar energies get infused into animals, and then animals create the byproduct, like the solid byproduct that we can then use for magical shit. So like the Kraken gets infused with planar energy, it poops out lodestones. My theory for what Whitestone is that it's essentially magic coal, where all of these animals, all of these supernatural entities that it seems like the Grey Hunt was created to deal with, are getting infused with earth plane or possibly upper plane energy, celestial energy or earth energy. And then they are dying, decomposing, seeping into the ground, and then that planar energy is eventually solidifying into Whitestone. So I think that Whitestone is essentially magic oil that is coming from the magical beasties of the Parchwood. Yeah. Magic shit. I mean, that's basically what the Lodestones were. Yeah. So I don't know if it's the celestial plane. I don't know if it's the earth plane and like the ley lines are sucking that away from the earth Ashari. I don't know. But it seems sandstone energy. Yeah, sandstone energy. Yeah. Like, yeah, it just seems so clear that that Whitestone as a location is being outside influenced by some sort of planar mechanic. And that and I struggle to imagine how that will not be relevant for the final arc, especially as we are about to talk about the Grey Hunt. Maybe the Grey Hunt. Okay. I've got a theory. I've got a prediction. First prediction in a little while. Okay. I think being the mistress of the Grey Hunt is the retirement piece. I think that is the retirement piece for Vex. I think the Grey Hunt itself is going to be the plot hook for the coming final arc. What I think is going to happen, I think the Grey Hunt has traditionally, like the monsters and supernatural beasties that exist within the Parchwood have in the past. I'm going to lock in celestial. I'm going to lock in that they are celestially oriented. They are upper planes generically oriented. It is the Sun Tree. The Sun Tree is acting like a planar portal, but it itself is not an actual planar portal. Or maybe it is. I don't know. But it is acting that way in its sort of celestial radiation. And I think that the ziggurat and the dark hole underneath is going to be corrupting the creatures of the forest. It is going to be essentially injecting like Shadowfell energy into them in a way that has, never been seen before. They're going to get into it. Maybe just Vexalia, although I don't know. That seems the most logical to me, is that it would just be Vex, but maybe she'll be allowed to bring the whole crew with her. either way, there will be some. Maybe she'll be given descriptions even of what the monsters tend to look like, and I think they're all gonna be like, a stag with 4 gleaming white and gold horns, or doves that with razor sharp beaks. I don't know. They're all gonna be these very angelic, but also, sort of angelic Lovecraftian, sort of monsters. Sort of very cryptid energy, but they're all going to have this flavoring of the celestial. And that is going to be ultimately like kind of our really key in of like what's going on with them, why they're like this. But then it's a subversion, kind of. Because when they actually get into the forest, that is not what the creatures will look like. The creatures have been affected by what the Briarwoods were doing, and possibly by the continued existence of the black hole underneath Whitestone. And so Vex is going to either come back, or maybe, if Percy's along for the ride, then Percy will exclaim like, "That's fucking weird." They will directly call out how weird it was, and then they'll go back and they'll talk to Allura or Gilmore or Cassandra, and they will report on this, and they will all be like, "What the fuck? That's not supposed to be happening. What's going on?" And boom, we have plot hook for the final arc. I don't even think like the goal of the final arc is going to be to like restore the Parchwood. It's just going to be that the Parchwood is going to be the canary in the coal mine for what is more broadly happening with the dark hole underneath Whitestone, and them investigating that is what is ultimately going to lead into the final arc. We got a theory! I haven't been able to do a real prediction in a while. So we'll do that. I think that's what I'm predicting. That's how I think we're finally gonna get into shit. Yeah. Does your current cosmology theory put Fae and Shade on a similar level to the elemental planes? Sounds like you're saying Whitestone might contain the Fae or Shadow portal. I mean, it could be that. I don't know. My current cosmology puts the Feywild on the same level as the elemental planes, and I'm not certain about the Shadowfell, but I would put the Shadowfell on the same level as the Feywild. I think my current theory that makes the most sense to me for why this is going on, or for why this is happening, I think that the Sun Tree is not attuned to the Feywild. I think the Sun Tree... Oh shit, or maybe it is. Maybe the Sun Tree is attuned to the Feywild, which is why... Okay. That would actually draw some really specific rationale for why the Moon Tree. Yeah. The Moon Tree. We are back. Okay. And someone did say biblically accurate angels, which is fair, but also I've gotten the broad kind of sense that these are more like cryptids. These are more cryptid energy. And if there is any plane I'm going to associate with cryptids, it's absolutely the Feywild. And the Gilded Run the Gilded Run was this like river of bright, shiny goodness that was like keeping the shadow contained. And I have in the past used that association to try and explain the ley lines and their existence. Instead of a 4-horned stag, you get blink stags? Yeah. And it could even... I don't know. This is getting a little sticky, but I feel like there is a way through. Because we do know that the Sun Tree is like... was planted by Pelor. And the Sun Tree makes direct mention of Pelor's grace and of his, like, involvement. And I have said that I don't know. Like, I don't know what, like, where and how the planes were made. Do I still have them? Oh, yeah, I have them up here. Yeah. So I don't know why or how the Feywild and the Shadowfell were made. And honestly, pre-Divergence, I was kind of assuming that the gods, like, I don't know, like, walked the material plane, frankly. But we don't actually get evidence of that. We just get evidence that they were much more involved. So I wonder if post-founding, the gods refined the planes. So they refined the planes into water, earth, fire, air. But if they also refined planes kind of for themselves, I wonder if the Feywild was like the land of the gods. And betwixt the chaos our order reigns. Exactly. And maybe the betrayer, because also, I will say, there was something that we talked about at detail that was a very weird kink in the cosmology that we learned relatively recently, which is that some of the betrayer gods were already doing their betraying in the First War. Which is weird. Like, it's strange. It doesn't seem like it's not necessarily contradictory, but it seems like spiritually very different from what we get from Vord originally. And so I wonder if when they refined the planes, they made two separate godly planes. And I mean, we even have some of this sort of dichotomy, some of this direct juxtaposition with earlier in the campaign with, I think it's Arathis and Melora, where they're like kind of directly set up as these like opposing forces. And we get that frequently with like the arcane versus the divine. And we also, again, get all of this talk about how the arcane side of things is this dark magic. It's dark, it's twisted, it's corrupting. I wonder if the Shadowfell and the Feywild were the realms of the divine and the betrayer gods, respectively. And that was part of the refinement of the planes. And then when we have the divergence, we have the setup, and oh shit, I'm fucking feeling it. Yes. Sorry. Oh, yes. Because then you have the divine gate set up, and this... Oh, yes. Okay. And this is why, what's her face? The fucking magic god, Ioun. This is why Ioun got wounded during the divergence. Follow me down here. I have long theorized that Ioun was the main architect of the separation, of the refinement of the planes. I have theorized that that is potentially how she got wounded, is when Vecna, or maybe the Raven Queen, or maybe Tharizdun, someone, when they started fucking with the setup of the planes, that is how they wounded her. I think, this is actually set up upside down. I actually got to erase. I think the order of events here is that Ioun is there. She's chilling. We've got, that is the few, not the Fae. What the fuck? We've got the Feywild. That's for the divine gods. Then we've got the Shadowfell. That's for the betrayer gods. And I think that Ioun was the main architect of this. That this is like, she is either the like driving force or the main architect of this separation. Then, during the divergence, they are trying to banish, and this even tracks with the Vortian perspective on things. I think during the divergence, the Raven Queen is the one that ultimately sets up the Divine Gate. Or at the very least, she takes over management of it. But I think she is probably the one that sets it up and manages it. So then we have the Divine Gate right here. And I have long said, man, it's so, like, you know, the Vortian side of things seems to be a little bit generous, talking about how the gods chose to leave and like really presenting it as a choice. And I have theorized that, you know, it wasn't so, you know, maybe purposeful. And then we just got that description of how the Divine Gate was set up to separate out the betrayer gods and also the divine gods. But I think what happened is that the difference was that the divine gods went willingly. They were a participant in the construction of the Divine Gate. This was their plan to end the Second War, right? Is let's set up the Divine Gate. We know it's going to, you know, require us to leave. And they, all of the gods, Pelor included, all leave the Feywild of their own volition. So they all go out and they form the upper planes. And I think some of the betrayer gods did the exact same thing. I think some of the betrayer gods also went of their own volition. I think we would probably refer to these now as the archdevils or Dispater. I think Dispater is probably someone that left willingly and went to go form one of the outer planes. And that's why they don't have explicit beef with the upper plane gods. At least that, you know, we've seen directly. Maybe they have individualized beef. But it seems like the archdevils are even allowing Tiamat to be imprisoned in hell. So clearly they have some manner of working professional relationship with the upper gods. You know, maybe they don't fucking fuck with each other, but they're sort of they're sort of Crowley what is it, Azazel? I can't remember from Good Omens. Anyways, they've got a working relationship. But some of the betrayer gods wouldn't go so fucking quietly, including Thurisdun. Azrael, thank you. I think Aziraphale. Oh no. One of those two. Whichever. I think Thurisdun was not willing to leave. He did not accept his banishment. And he says, no, 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 I'm staying here, nerd. I'm staying in the Shadowfell. You can't make me leave. And so what do they have to do? They have to cut out the Shadowfell entirely. If Thurisdun won't leave the Shadowfell, they will chain Thurisdun to the Shadowfell, and they will eject it outside of the Divine Gate. So now this connection is completely severed. And the Shadowfell has just been just spit out beyond the Divine Gate. And so that is why possibly, you know, the Sundry says, hey, Pelor's influence has faded, but it's still making beasties, and it's still making Whitestone, and it's still, you know, emanating its shit, because it was never reliant on Pelor's energy. It's just that when Pelor created it, it existed in the Feywild. And I could even see some of the Archfey maybe being some people that never left, or maybe they weren't considered important enough. Maybe they were just lesser deities, and so they weren't forced to leave the Feywild. Like that, maybe that's like Artagan. But maybe they're bound by similar rules to the gods. I don't know. But that is why the Sun Tree continues to pull in that thing. And I think that the Sun Tree, because all of the gods left willingly from the Feywild, it still has this connection back to the material plane, and it has this connection up to the gods through the Divine Gate. And I think that is why the Briarwoods needed to do it inside of the ziggurat under Whitestone. Whitestone is this perpetual connection, essentially like this connective tissue beyond the Divine Gate. If you go to just any of the elemental planes, they've got no connection out. Right? The gods didn't let any of the primordials leave. Right? The primordials are all off on their little planes, and those are necessary because the elements are necessary towards keeping the material plane kind of up and running. So they have to keep these around, and they couldn't eject any of the primordials outside of the Divine Gate. But they could eject the Shadowfell, and ejecting the Shadowfell, this thing that Ioun is architecting and supporting with her own essence. That is why she gets wounded by Thurisdun, is because the only solution towards the Thurisdun problem is to eject the Shadowfell, inherently wounding Ioun. I don't know. That seems like it could be. Okay, I'm just going to write it down in very quick words. Feywild and Shadowfell are maybe I'll mark it as a theory, also theory, are maybe original godly planes, and the upper and lower planes are formed during the divergence. Shadowfell gets ejected because Thurisdun won't leave. This ejecting hurts Ioun. I don't know. I don't know. That could be. And that's why the Sun Tree ultimately has this connection directly to the Feywild with the Moon Tree. Think it could work. Betwixt the chaos, our order reigns. I love when Matt gets into God talk. Reminds me of the Ancient Aliens guys from the History Channel. I love the tone of Ancient Aliens. I love that sort of like fun wackiness. I unfortunately also have to hate Ancient Aliens because they are taking it seriously and they are using it to cast doubt on actual real knowledge and research and archaeology and history. So I love doing it for fictional shit because it's so much fun. And like that's also why like I get why it's popular, because it is fun. But the problem is that history can't just be fun. History also has to be like, accurate. The most fun answer is often not the actual answer within history. Like, would it be more fun if Atlantis really existed? Yeah, that would be way more fun than it just being a myth. But it just is. Like, and portraying it as if it's not is actively damaging. And like, people are mentioning the racist thing. One of the things that annoys me the most, because I like speculative history, like especially for times and periods that we don't have solid evidence for, like I'm into that sort of shit. But it's like when people talk about like the pyramids being a battery, bro. It's like, you think they could have crafted this with their level of technology, the primitives. And it's like, bro, do you hear yourself? Like, I don't know. They were people. This assumption that they couldn't have done something because it looks really hard totally downplays the entire, like, beautiful history of humanity. In that, like, we did shit that was so fucking hard and we did it. Like, that is so much credit to us that we did that shit. And they're like, we couldn't have done that shit. It must have been aliens. Bro. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating to me when I see someone be like, I can't figure out how to do that, so experts throughout history must not have been able to figure it out either, because I am obviously smarter than anyone who has ever existed. And it's like, bro, no, you're fucking not. It's the exact same people that like to, falsely claim that Einstein failed high school math when he just fucking didn't. History is so sick, and I hate it when people downplay ancient accomplishments. I hate it. It's the worst. Mini Minuteman, I fuck with Mini Minuteman hard. I love Mini Minuteman. He's fantastic. Especially like I am so much a lay person when it comes to archaeology and history. Like I'm interested in it, and like I would say I'm like I guess like a hobbyist in like, you know, looking into things. But Mini Minuteman is an actual credentialed what would you call it? Like person in the world. You know, he has credentials to talk about that sort of shit. I don't know, man. We got me onto a really a topic that really peeves me off. Yeah. The pyramids got built because humans were seen as expendable resource. It's crazy what can be done from that viewpoint. Yeah. And I mean, I and we can get, there's also obviously like, there is debate and theory. There are shifting opinions on like how the workers on the pyramid were treated. You know, I know that it's like a very common thing to talk about how they were slaves, but a lot of the evidence seems to contradict that. It seems that they were possibly like paid, like highly paid artisans and like manual laborists, but maybe not slaves, or maybe there was some slave labor involved. Who knows? But it is like, I think it is just hard to comprehend from a modern perspective when you're okay with humans dying on the job, because regardless of if they were slaves or not, it's absolutely reasonable to assume that many of them died during the process, because people were fucking dying building the Empire State Building. Like, OSHA has not existed for that long. Like, I think it's hard to remember, when humans are expendable, and when you're willing to take decades to build something. Like, I don't know how long the pyramids took. I believe it's upwards of 20 years, but I don't remember exactly. But I know it is at least double digits of years. There is, I think it's hard to remember that when you have a entire regime that is focused on this mega project, and you have disposable human labor, that it's not that hard to build big shit. I don't know. It's we have really tangented. I'm sorry. Yeah, someone hit the rant button. You guys found the rant button. We read the Talor campaign setting? Possibly. I don't know. Maybe. But man. Yeah. Yep. It isn't even fun to try and reverse ancient aliens with like Stonehenge or something. No. It's just like, and so that's the thing, man, is that I love doing what I do with the crazy, outlandish theories, because it just is fun. Like, speculative history is really fun, but that is so, it just treads so into like the inappropriate and like damaging in shows like Ancient Aliens. And I feel very comfortable keeping my historical speculation firmly in the realm of fiction, where it is, not hurting anyone. So yeah. Anyways, the Thurisdom problem's starting to sound like apologetics. Man. Specifically, Brahm's wording was, since the calamity during the struggle with Thurisdom, my mistress was grievously wounded in the struggle, and since it's been diminished. Yeah. Sorry, now I'm tired now. I had a big fucking thing there, yeah. But Anyways, we ain't hit shit. That was all you until I talked about aliens. It was. That's the aliens were what really got me going, man. Ancient aliens. That's fair. That's the button. That's the button. Is the ancient aliens button. Let's watch some Critical Role.
This entire valley was the result of a cataclysmic conflict during the Calamity, specifically between the Dawnfather, Pelor, and a very dark entity. And as such, there are still scars of the land that give birth to a multitude of creatures that we need someone to ensure do not wander far and begin to destroy and threaten our people.
What kind of creatures are we talking? Like beholder creatures, or like
no.
just big wolf-type creatures?
Odds and ends. It's less of a guard and more of a champion.
Yes.
All right.
Your lesser guard keeps watch, patrols, and when something arises, you find it, learn about it, and if it's necessary, destroy it.
Yeah, that's no problem. You know, I'm really tough and strong and stuff, so yeah, that sounds fine.
You could do that.
Your skill set actually fits quite well for this, which I
Yes.
understand why Percival bequeathed this upon
Definitely
you.
stronger than the last one, I will say.
When was the last one?
That would be
That would have been right before the unpleasantness.
yes, about 3 years before the Bridewood's arrival. I at the time was much younger and didn't know much, but Reggae, who was the individual who currently held the position, was not as respected as I think you will easily become.
It was under the Under's house, which is why the Under's house is now forfeit.
Yes. So excited. However, and while I'm still learning this as I go through our family's history and the structure of governance here in Whitestone, there is a ritual,
That would be...
a ceremony that you must undertake.
Oh,
Just you.
just me.
Just you.
What about Trinket?
Trinket, I imagine your companion could be a portion of it. However, as the one to be titled, this journey is just for you.
Okay, so it is just for you.
Just for you.
Even Keith got friends. No?
Can we watch?
Yay, Vex!
Vex.
Yay.
The nature of this is a hunt, and I do not believe that your skill sets would aid her
Oh my
in
goodness.
the speed and tracking that is required.
Ooh, okay. Interesting challenge here. You want it to be solo, which, like, you know, Vex, I think, makes the point that everyone is probably thinking of, well, Keyleth got friends, which, questionable if it makes a ton of sense for Keyleth to have gotten friends on her Armente. But, I mean, if the Armente is all about leadership, then I can easily enough suspend my disbelief on that. But the question then becomes, do you do it off table? Like, do you make it a one-shot with, like, just Laura Bailey? Do you do it at the table, but you make the experience pretty quick, like pretty fast, like maybe like a skill check challenge, and then like a 1v1 fight? I mean, it's doable, but it is lengthy. And do you just, again, do you do a one shot? Do you just have everyone leave? If you don't have everyone leave, do you create a diegetic like viewing mechanism? Like, do you create some sort of like conceit for the party to be able to view the hunt? I mean, for a table like Vox Machina with, how they treat whispers, I would kind of expect that they wouldn't let the other players watch if there was no in-world way for them to watch. And even comparing it to other solo things, like when Grog fought Cord, there was a viewing gallery, essentially. So maybe they'll have like a way that they can scry on her for the duration of the hunt. I don't know. I'm interested to see how Matt handles this. I'm not against just doing a one shot with a player if there is like a very, only them thing that is going to happen, and especially if the other characters aren't there for it, I'm not against doing a one-shot with that player for that sequence at all. I just am a bit skeptical that they will do that. But we'll see. I don't know. I'm interested in their alternative solution. Oh, Earthbreaker Groon. That's right.
For this particular
I
endeavor.
think you will be fine.
Obviously, I mean, I'm going to kick serious, but what if I don't? What happens then? Do I lose my title? Do I just suck forever? What?
If you do not succeed, then you will have to wait until the Dawnfather presents the next opportunity for the hunt.
Right.
I don't know
When that
would be.
So wait, has the opportunity presented itself now?
Well, it's as soon as you wish to go and find your way to the Sun Tree and meditate for the sign. I don't know the specifics of this. This is just from what and she starts like pulling over this cluster of books.
Okay. I might have to watch this in not full screen for a sec, because there's a lot of transcript copying that I want to do, and it takes like a second to set up the transcript every time. Interesting. If you do not succeed, you have to wait until the Dawnfather, which the Dawnfather's Pelor, right? Okay, so I think that's just kind of religious, fucking poeticism. It's basically there's a certain level of beastie that she has to fight in order to prove herself. And so she just has to wait until that certain level of beastie exists to be able to prove herself. Dawnfather equals payload. That's right. Okay.
She had to decide, and she starts rummaging through and pulls over. It's unfortunately very vague, and it's apparently Keeper Union might know more.
Okay.
He is the resident priest of Pedal, and this is a ritual of his. But
what? Keeper Yenin? Keeper Yenin's a priest of Erathis. No? I'm pretty fucking sure that Keeper Yenin. Uh-oh. Ah, shoot. I'm almost certain that Keeper Yenin is an Erathis priest, but that's a fine retcon.
Just wonderful. Well, I'm not intimidated by this at all.
You'll like the Sundry. He's very nice.
Great.
Yeah.
All hail the
Great.
Dawn Daddy.
Yeah, man, come on.
Yeah, that's great.
Run up your alley.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Right
hunting.
yourself. No big deal.
The
No big deal.
things you have done, this is
So there's nothing.
exactly.
I'm also I'll be honest, I'm not expecting much from Matt in regards to in regards to what this looks like. Like, they're talking about this being like a big tracking and hunting expedition, and D&D famously does not provide mechanical support for that type of gameplay. So that is traditionally handled via skill checks or, bespoke features. And Ranger has a lot of bespoke features, but those bespoke features typically trivialize the tracking. So I'm interested to see how Matt handles a challenge that is meant to be explicitly a tracking challenge and like a hunt like that. I will say, before I watched episode 93, I would have just been like, yeah, it's going to be a series of skill checks, and then she'll do a 1v1 fight in the woods. Honestly, after 93, I'm willing to give Matt a little bit more benefit of the doubt in that he might have something unique planned. But we'll see. I'm not going to predict too hard what he might be doing here. I will say, if it were me, this would probably be one of the higher prep sort of challenges that I would end up doing. Because I think that tracking And a lot of exploration, especially expert level exploration and navigation, is really it's a combination of a test of knowledge, like book knowledge, combined with a very robust ability to modify that book knowledge to the messiness of the real world. I think that is like, to me, that's at the core of like what a tracking challenge is. And so I would not offer this sort of challenge flippantly or just like kind of off the cuff, because I would want to prepare for it pretty substantially, which, to Matt's credit, if you need a sign from Dawn Daddy, to even start, then, Matt has all the time in the world. He can work on it until it's done and then give the sign from Dawn Daddy. Easy enough. But I would probably develop a lot of creatures in the forest. I would probably develop a very rudimentary food web. Very rudimentary food web with those creatures. And then also figure out their habitats and their sort of movement patterns throughout the day and throughout the night. And then physical signs that they leave behind, whether that is footprints or feathers or scrapes on the bark of a tree. I would figure out for every animal what are kind of the physical signs of their passage, or at least sensory signs of their passage. And then I narrow it in on one of those animals. And I say, that is the animal you need to hunt. And however much prep she takes might reveal to her just some aspects of what I have prepped. Maybe a predator-prey relationship, maybe a specific habitat for a specific monster, the movement patterns, right? Like, I am basically developing all of this information for the purpose of allowing the player to discover it during prep. And for the purpose of them then needing to figure it out. So say they take absolutely no time to prep, right? They do no research at all. I still want to have, like, okay, you're hunting a six-eyed deer, and you see a paw print in the mud that is of like a hooked talon, right? Almost looks like a, and I would even, and I think this is kind of important, I would try not to, I almost just made a real life analogy, but I would try not to, especially when we're talking about cryptids, because that might lead them in too direct of a direction. So I would probably draw out the things that they are finding. And I would graphically generate on the computer and then print out, and display. I think this is, again, because D&D has so little support around this, and because I think survival challenges are so predicated on knowledge, as much of a like low prep DM as I am, I think this is the area of D&D that I would probably do the most pre-prep for, because I think it is so predicated on knowledge and how that knowledge interacts with the situation. So maybe the footprint that they find, maybe they do all of this prep regarding footprints, right? Or paw prints or whatever. And then they get into the forest and the print that they find in the mud doesn't exactly match any of the prints in their book that they did all the prep for. It's close to some of them, and you might notice, even in what I'm describing right now, some similarities to kind of what Matt was doing in 34 with the 3 doors. And the, like, you need to choose the door that has, like, the fanged grin. And none of the doors had, like, exactly a fanged grin, but they had things that were kind of close. And so the players needed to use context clues to continue to narrow it down. I think that moment in 34 of the fanged grin and then them, like, looking through all the doors, I think that is quintessential exploration gameplay. And that required a bit more prep from Matt. Matt had to not only, prep out the riddle of this fanged grin, but he needed to prep out the 3 doors ahead of time. He needed to know exactly what they were to make sure that the exploration challenge, like, functioned, right? That's not something that's easy, at least, to improv, and especially improv in a whole thing, right? That was embedded within a larger sequence, so it didn't need to be as big and thorough. But when the entire kind of thing is predicated around an exploration challenge, I think you need to have multiple layers there. So not just find the door with the fanged grin. It's like, oh, find the location where the print and the habitat and the smelling signs, all of those fit in with the overall thing that you're looking for. And I think they should all be, to make this not just a pure knowledge check, they should all be a little different than the book describes it. And so the challenge is to put it all together in a way that is the most consistent, right? X out possibilities. I think that's the core of an exploration challenge. And we'll see if that's what Matt ends up doing. We'll see. 3 hours until hard out. I know. We might not finish. I don't want to, like, super duper rush it. I should try to rein in my tangents, especially with the Ancient Aliens one. But I'm not, I don't want the product to be worse because I'm trying to rush it, I think it is a retcon, but it probably makes more sense. Oh, yeah, the Keeper Yenin retcon. Yeah, I think it is a retcon, but I also agree. I think it makes way more sense if he's a Palor priest. This is also true, Seth Eshel, right? He could simultaneously be an Arathis and a Palor priest. That is true. Separate theory stream topic. What stats and skills when exploration pillar involve? 94.75 is an okay possibility. Yeah, exactly. Like maybe on Sunday or something. I mean, this is, I think this is the real kind of kink in the hose, right? And I have a really explicit example that I could give from a video game, but it's a game that I'm currently making a series on. Should I just say it? No, but even to give the example, I would need to spoil some stuff for that game, so I can't. But it's like, I think the one of the tough parts about exploration is that it is so dependent upon information and information gathering. So I think something like an insight skill or a survival skill, like I think that these could be those basically are, especially survival in nature, are the D&D exploration pillar. But things that gave you sort of explicit types of information, I think would be the direction I would tend to go with it. So I think you would need a bit of a system, somewhat similar to D&D's CR system. And I mean, if we want to go into it, something similar to Daggerheart's environment system. I think you need a system for DMs to be able to how do I say it? Construct environments and survival challenges in a very contained and reproducible manner. And then you make stats and skills that correspond to that. And I don't think I've ever said this before because honestly, I'm sort of realizing it right now as we talk. But I think I am definitely of the perspective that core rules should come first. And by core rules, I mean something equivalent to like the D&D like D20 system, right? Or advantage and disadvantage, or Daggerheart's Hope and Fear, or Blades in the Dark's position and effect, right? Those are like really core to the functioning of the game at every single level. I think those should come first, and second should come the DM resources for creating what you could generically refer to as encounters. Whether that is social, exploration, combat, whatever bucket you can put an encounter into, all of that. I think that mechanics for generating encounters should come second. And then third should come the player side of things that provide skills and mechanics and things for the players to interact with that properly interact with the challenges that the game supports for GMs generating, if that makes sense. So I think a good kind of maybe counterexample to this in D&D is damage types. To me, damage types seem to be a thing that were thought up on the player sheet and on the player resource side of things before they were really thoroughly integrated into the monsters. And I don't feel too out of bounds saying that, right? Damage types are just like a thing that have existed within D&D, right? They weren't thought up out of whole cloth for 5e, but I think that they were very, at least to me, it seems that they decided they were keeping damage types kind of separately from how much damage types would actually matter to the mechanics that they were providing to DMs to generate encounters, which I would say is, things like the monster manual and encounter building, like combat encounter building. Damage types are not taken into account in terms of how to evaluate the difficulty of an encounter. And they are kind of taken into account in terms of a monster's CR, but they, to my understanding of how to calculate defensive CR, you just count the amount of resistances. It has nothing to do with like how common is this damage type within the published spells? How much will resistance, like having multiple resistances all stacking affect things? They do have a very rudimentary accounting for that, but I would not call it robust. To me, it seems like it took the opposite approach to what I'm describing. Whereas they simplified the formula as much as they could and made it too simple. Yeah. And so if I'm looking at what would I do in D&D to make the exploration pillar more robust, I'm looking at what resources am I giving to a DM to generate exploration challenges? And then after that, I'm looking at how can I give players stats or features that interact with those mechanics. I think that's why we see Rangers come out the way they do, is because none of their features have anything to interact with, right? The original 5e Ranger, I think, is so strange because there are no like explicit mechanics on the GM side for the Ranger to actually interact with, right? It can't say, like, imagine a scenario. I'm not saying that this would be good, but off the top of the head for example purposes. Imagine an encounter building mechanic where it tells the GM, okay, for any given exploration encounter or investigation, right, you need like clue A, clue B, and clue C. And clue A has to be some sort of like physical body related clue. So whether that's like a footprint or evidence of a cane or whatever, like that is just part of the encounter building process. And they have like a whole table and a whole chart of like the different difficulties of what kind of clue you're giving. So if you're giving like the smell of sulfur to indicate the presence of a devil, that's, you know, a CR1 sort of clue. That's a clue rating of 1. But if you're giving, you know, the feeling of heat from one of the doors, maybe that's a clue rating of 2, right? That's a slightly more difficult clue to try and gather, right? And if you had something like that, you could then have a Ranger feature that interacts with that in some way. It could be a feature that says, you know, as it relates to your favored enemy, if you encounter a clue of clue rating, you know, 2 or less, the DM has to give you the second layer of depth of that clue. So maybe that is, and you know, I'm inventing DM mechanics because I think those are so necessary towards constructing good player mechanics, right? So now we have this concept of clue density or clue layers. So maybe it is like you get a feeling of heat from the door, but maybe for each clue, the encounter builder says, for each clue, you have to have 3 different informational levels or layers to it, with each layer giving more and more specific information. So the first layer is heat. The second layer is, oh, the heat isn't consistently distributed throughout the door, right? There are hot spots and cold spots. And the third layer is the feeling of the heat. It forms this specific pattern on the door. And maybe it forms like a glyph or a rune or a name or something along those lines, right? And that is just part of the encounter building process. Like you can imagine, it's maybe a little bit, maybe takes a little bit of imagination, but imagine like a detective's portfolio or a clue emporium book on the same level as the monster manual. So, I mean, like try and picture it. It's like, we have maybe the 5 different senses, or we have the, species related clues, or we have environmental clues. And it's an entire book of these different examples of clues, because that's all the monster manual is at the end of the day. It is just example after example after example of how you could make a stat block to evoke the design of this monster. It is just a book of examples. That's it. And so we can imagine something equivalent to that with something like clues, of saying like, okay, there are all of these different clues. Maybe some of them are more common in different environments. And so maybe we have like a hells section, or we have a woods section, or what have you. In a similar way that like Xanathar's has recommended monsters for different environments. So like, oh, if you're in the Arctic or if you're in the tundra, you could run these monsters. If you're in the forest, you could run these monsters. And they have that separated not only by environment, but CR. We can imagine the exact same thing with clues. And then something like a ranger could maybe have a feature that directly interacts with clue density or clue depth. Or we could even introduce the idea of related clues. So if you have a clue of this type, then you should add a clue of this type. And maybe our clue portfolio, or a clue folio, in the same way that we have the monster manual, maybe it lists out sets of clues that all go together towards a particular type of mystery or a particular type of tracking excursion. So it could say, oh, they're tracking a cryptid through the forest. For that sort of encounter, you need this clue, this clue, this clue, and this clue. 4 clues, and they have pre-done all of their depths. So each one of those clues already has 3 layers of depth already done by the developers. And then you could have something like a ranger skill that allows you to interact with that. And you could then you could have like either every class gets skills that in some way interact with this. You could have it be a ranger only thing, or only a subset of the classes get features to interact with this. And you could still keep things like athletics or nature or survival, but those things just help maybe confirm or deny guesses. So if they're looking at a set of clues and someone says, I think this is a, Trobolobodops footprint, then it's like, okay, roll nature or roll survival. And that sort of thing can be confirmed or denied. So that's, when it's the question of like, what skills or things would I put in to support exploration? I think it has to come on the DM side first, because D&D just at its core does not work exploration in mechanically. I think it does not reflect it, and so you have to start on the DM side, and that's why again I will say exploration challenges are the thing that I think need the most prep just at base in D&D. I think they're one of the things that are the hardest to improv. You certainly can do it. If you're a fucking like naturalist, if you're a tracker yourself, maybe you can just improv that shit off the top. But I certainly cannot. So yeah. Strange Antiques gameplay, basically. Yeah. Yes. Strange Antiques gameplay is a great example of how I think exploration could be kind of handled. And you could gate some of those things behind features and roles and things like that. It's also a challenge to fit into D&D because it relies so much on player skill, not character skill. At least it's easy to fall into that. It is. And I mean, it's one of the challenges, I think, where for something like combat, we are obviously not literally doing combat, but we're also not literally doing a lot of these social encounters, but we're much closer to being able to literally do the social encounters. We're closer to literally doing those than literally doing the combat encounters. And I think exploration falls in a weird middle ground because a lot of it is, doable by the player, right? It's predicated on knowledge and kind of puzzle solving and that sort of stuff. That is something that is very accessible to the player. But I think there's a lot of very easy mechanical room in the perception of the world. So even noticing the footprint in the first place, or being able to accurately harvest a pelt or dissect an animal, not dissect, like butcher an animal, to be able to tell like what was making it sick, right? All of these sorts of things, or how to properly, store something. or how to navigate a dune in a way that doesn't just end up in you falling down the sand, right? All of these are things that we're not literally doing. And so that's why I do lean towards the sensory side of things, because for mechanics especially, because those are the things that we are not literally doing. And so I think they're the things that are most open to mechanicizing, if that makes sense. Whereas information and puzzle solving, and to a degree talking, are things that we can do as players. And so I think that the mechanics of that, the mechanization, I guess, can be much lighter. And so I think just even detecting the different things, right? And the heat rune is a good example of like, you detect that there is heat, but then the differing layers down are like precision within your senses. That's not something that you can just puzzle out as a player. You might have like an instinct or an inkling of what might be happening, which is good. It's going to lead your mechanical decisions. But because it is essentially like sensory locked, you can lock it behind mechanics and it's not going to feel too crazy. Like, oh man, I should just be able to do this. Like I think sometimes comes up with social. So that's where I'd go with it. I would focus on being more detailed and more robust about sensory information. I would give example clues to DMs and have multiple layers to each clue. And then I would give player mechanics that could interact with the different senses. Keen hearing, keen eyesight, stuff like that. Or maybe, sniffing out certain things, like certain ingredients, or, sweat or something specific. I don't know. Or you have a keen eye for coloration detail, right? And you could even have on these clues, you could have tags, right? So this clue A, does fall under the sense of sight, but its clue is tagged or is predicated on good color differentiation. And this other clue is predicated on good pattern recognition. And this other clue is, predicated on like font differential like recognition. So being able to tell, that handwriting is different than that handwriting, right? These are all things that are kind of sensory based, but are distinguishments that you could work into classes, especially. They essentially have that with favorite enemies, but only advantage, I think. Well, and that's kind of my point, Ross, is that like, because there aren't any backing DM mechanics, the only thing you can really do is give them a rider or give them advantage on skill checks. That's it. Right? There's no amount of like mechanical depth to that. It has to stay on the surface because there just aren't backing mechanics for it. Yeah. The heat rune thing is great for homebrew. If it were in first party books, it'd turn into overdone things that old players know and new players are lost. Oh, you mean like monsters? Like, I don't want to, I don't want to get on you too much, but I would argue that that's exactly the situation with monsters. And newer and older DMs and older players create their own. Right? And so we have a book of examples that newer DMs can use. And sometimes old DMs can, dive back into the repository if they maybe have one that they haven't used before. And then you have a guide on how to create your own, just like monsters, right? We have a homebrew monster creation guide on how to go about creating one and how to assign its CR. And you could have the exact same thing with clues. Exact same thing with clues. You aren't wrong, though. I think phrases like the heat is not consistent, but it's in a pattern is a lot easier to remember than the exact AC of some monster. That is, I will also say, that is assuming that the same types of clues don't show up in multiple combinations, if that makes sense. So, like, the heat being in a pattern, or like, you might even just say, you might be able to do the clues a little bit more generically of like the level 2 depth is a pattern or it is a gradient or what have you. And you could tie that to different depth 1 clues or, like depth 1 description and depth 3 descriptions. So yes, they might start to recognize some of the clues in the same way that, we recognize things like multi-attack. You're like, oh yeah, okay, so it's a pattern type clue. Okay, for sure. How does that work in with depth 1 and 3? So I am yeah. And I think I'm not, and I'm sorry if I'm getting a little bit animated about it. I think you're raising very reasonable points, but I get especially I think the Monster Manual is a very weird book, and I use it a lot to talk about the weirdisms with D&D, and so I think when people imply, or even, I even interpret an implication that the Monster Manual is more than it actually is, I'm like, bah! But I know that you're just talking it through with me. So don't read too much, or I don't mean to put too much hostility into my tone. Yeah, and I didn't even read this. No, I know you're not. I know you're not. I absolutely get it. I get worked up about the Monster Manual specifically. Because there is something here. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've had an exploration TTRPG rolling around in my head for a long time. And I've even started work on it once or twice, but have consistently come to the opinion that I do not have enough experience in alternative TTRPGs to D&D to make my own at this point. Like, I just don't have enough experience. I need to get a wider breadth of knowledge about like what types of things have been tried, and I need to directly experience those things before I can actually make this. But I've thought about some of that stuff from for a while. It's also, it's obviously it's a fuckload of work that I don't particularly want to undertake right now. But yeah, so that's at least where that's the sort of area I would start in.
Right? You're not going to send me out there to die, Percy.
Hopefully not.
Is that a possibility?
You got this.
Thanks, Terry. Hey, look at you. You're so strong and knowledgeable now.
Don't look at me. We'll go down, learn a little bit more, and begin when you're ready.
All right. Sure, yeah. Great. Well, I shovel a bunch of eggs in my mouth, and I get up and I'm going to go find Keeper Ian, and
I follow.
All right. Easy enough. You find the central, the same kind of open, almost. What's the term I'm looking for? It's the kind of half domed kind of speaking presentational.
Like an amphitheater?
Amphitheater. I think that's what I was looking for. The amphitheater setup at which Keeper Ian usually keeps for all his various sermons. It's early enough where nobody has gathered. It is not any of the chosen weekly holy days of Pelor. So as you arrive, he looks like he's in the process of going through and sweeping and just doing his morning ritual of upkeep. And you walk up and you see his beard's going a bit longer now, and his gray has spread a bit since last time you had a true run conversation. It's been a very tense situation. You can see occasionally the accelerated age that recent events has imparted upon individuals of the city. But as he sweeps and kind of notices you arrive. Oh, yes.
Vexalia.
Vexalia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Lady Vexalia, Grand Mistress of the Grey Hunt, apparently. Which I'm here to talk to you about.
Oh, Well, excuse me. And he wanders off and puts the broom back in this little closet and things clutter out. He's like, he's like, just to push things back up, closes the closet, kind of hobbles back in your direction. You are
Space
the,
work there.
the Grand Mistress of the Greyhound.
Apparently.
She needs to be appropriately consecrated, obviously.
I thought that happened last night.
He looks lost. Anyway, there's been some time. Well, and he starts looking around and pulling up small scrolls and reading through. He goes and rummages through and finds one that he pulls out. Yes, here it is. So, for the grand purveyor of the Greyhound, mistress in this case, is to go into a state of deep meditation at the base of the sun tree and ask for a vision from the great Dawnfather himself. There will be imparted upon her at the moment of the Grey Hunt her quarry. You are then to find the quarry, wherever it may be within the Parchwood,
Okay.
and decide the fate of said quarry.
Okay.
That's all I have.
That's it, huh? This is this explains so much.
Okay. I will also say, to relate it even more explicitly to the Kraken and the Vestra, decide the fate of said quarry is, I mean, it's pretty, how do I say it? It allows the explicit possibility for peace and for like a non-violent solution, which is interesting. I don't know if it's just Matt sort of growing and becoming more comfortable with the possibility of that, or if there is any sort of connection there.
Well,
very
this is
clear.
more about
Thing
these sorts
decide
of
to do with the
rituals.
thing what you
We've
want
had
to do.
we've had previous individuals come from the Grey Hunt, bearing trophies of their hunt, bearing various recovered examples of what they felled.
So I'm
in the
supposed to bring
darkness.
back some sort of trophy then?
A-
That would be good.
A sign of your victory, yes.
Right. Right.
Sign of your victory.
Right.
Whatever that victory may be. I've read a bit. I know a bit about what's to come.
All right. Well, thank you, Keeper.
Of course, if I might be of aid of any kind, let me know. Though I don't know how much aid I can be in this endeavor. But let me know.
Thank you.
Good luck. As you walk away, he's like, Dawnfather, smile upon you.
And you! And you! The Dawnfather's pale, all right?
So awkward.
Heathen.
So what do you say?
So, I'm gonna go and sit in front of a tree. I'm gonna think real hard. I'm gonna talk to a god, and then I'm gonna go kill something.
She's so cool.
Maybe.
She's the coolest.
Potentially.
Right.
So
Pretty cool.
Looking good, Terry.
If you
Looking
feed
good.
it though, please don't. Unbearable. Just temper that a little bit.
I don't mind feeding.
When are you going to do this amazing think real hard?
Well, fuck it.
Now.
Hey, I buried like a secret clubhouse, kind of under Whitestone, at the roots of the sun tree, and sometimes I go there and I talk to him. I
remember
realize
you
that
doing
sounds very uncool.
No,
to say it out loud.
Pretty awesome.
awesome.
supposed to be
pretty
But
bad.
you're so cool.
Tree.
But I totally didn't put the treehouse in the top of the tree. I totally put it underneath the city. But there's
I
a
like this.
treehouse. There's like a clubhouse.
Technically, I'm supposed to be the base of the tree, right?
Yeah, you can go there and be alone, and it's so quiet and peaceful and dark.
What if
and
Palor, like, can't see underground? What if he needs to see me, like, in the sun?
What if one of the gods cannot see you underground?
I don't know how gods work.
I think he can see you underground.
I don't know.
Yep. Nope.
Although sometimes I do climb into the tree, and I just like hug onto one of the branches.
Solid.
and
I'm gonna
that's-
just walk towards the tree.
Yeah.
I'm just going to follow in before we send you off into this.
All right. And you walk up, and I mean, the city's starting to slowly spring to life as the morning hours climb forward. People are arriving and putting the last touches in the caravan. The Pale Guard is finished, and they've assigned the division between those who are to stay and those who are to escort the caravan to Amon. As Pike, are you with the rest of the party?
Yeah. I'm just,
All right.
I need to
As you walk in, one of the Pale Guard sees you, walks up and goes, Lady Pike, are you to join us on the caravan?
That was today?
I mean, we're leaving. We just, I just don't know.
Oh. What exactly were we doing? I'm sorry, I was...
We're just-
I've had a night.
You escorted the caravan from Amon to Whitestone, and now we're returning to Amon from Whitestone with the caravan. I just wanted to know if you wish to come or stay. We're leaving right now.
Oh, no.
No!
No.
All right,
I'm staying. I've
all
just
right.
been waiting for them anyway. I'm gonna stay.
She's gonna stay.
behind this tiny plated gnomish form, there's this gargantuan Goliath with rage in his eyes. And he goes, all right, no, that's fine. We're gonna go. And he just turns and leaves and runs towards the caravan.
Bye, be safe.
I need to learn from Pike and Grog how to say no.
You know what? Compliments where they're due. That was short, and I like that. If you want to do an in-fiction establishment of like why Pike is here and why she's not leaving and all that, which I think is well established. Critical Role wants to do that every time. If you want to do it, keeping it nice and short, I think that was less than a minute of dialogue. Thumbs up. If you want to do it, just keep it short.
So, Lady of Exalia, you
Yes.
found yourself at the base of the sun tree.
Yes.
As you look out at it in the mornings, and at this point, the clouds that kind of gathered.
Also pretty-
You have this beautiful clear blue sky ahead of you.
Definitely becoming
the
more of a
morning's
plot
coming
hook.
down. The tree is beautiful as you're watching it slowly blossom. Now, as the months have passed, you start seeing green in the boughs, the occasional pod that might eventually flower as the season allows it. But it's serene, and occasionally a breeze blows through. You hear the various branches hit, and some of the leaves kind of shake, and it's a beautiful sight. What do you want to do?
Did you want to say something, Percy?
I just want to let you know that when I sort of sprung this title on you, I chose the Grey Hunt specifically. The third house is easy. It's just land and title. It doesn't mean anything. As a child, the Grey Hunt was fascinating because it was a title that one earned. And I felt that you should have something like this that no one could do otherwise other than claim that you earned it. This is not something that can be given. And you're going to be fine. I have complete faith.
I'll give him a big hug and a kiss. I love you, dear.
I love you too. Good luck.
I don't know if that was always the intention. You know, we just had this, we had basically this exact conversation earlier in the stream of like, did Percy always know, or did Taliesin always know? Because Percy obviously always knew. But did Taliesin always know what the responsibilities of the Grey Hunt would be? I don't know. I don't know if this was always intended or if this was developed later. I don't think it matters. Either way, great read on Vex, I think. Really solid read. I definitely thought about all of the implications of it as a place for her post-retirement, but that's a really solid observation on Taliesin and Percival's part. I'm going to give credit to both the character and the player, which is basically just credit twice over to the player. Because yeah. I don't remember if I've talked about this. Sometimes it's hard to remember when it stretches back this far. But I want to say that when they were in the Feywild and he talked about this, I was like, man, you're just giving Vex a title? Like, that seems kind of weird given her thing. And I was kind of like, I don't know. It seems like he's maybe kind of, I don't know. It seems a little bit like weird and kind of performative. But this is a very, like, it's small, obviously, but it's a very solid point of just like, I wanted you, if you were going to have a title, I knew that you would want one that you had indisputably earned. And I never thought of that as something that might be important to Vex, but the moment he said it, I was like, oh, yeah, that would be important to Vex. Huh.
Thank you.
So good on him.
All right, get the fuck away from me. I've got to meditate.
Back it up. As you all separate and scatter off into your own business for the day in Whitestone, Vixal, you find a comfortable place at the base of the tree. You sit, cross your legs, look up, and close your eyes and concentrate.
I feel itchy, but I'm okay. I'm gonna stay still.
What thoughts are in your mind? What do you wish to do? What is your approach to this meditation?
Okay. He said I'm supposed to meditate on the tree or on Palor. I'm gonna try thinking about the tree first a lot. Like, I'm gonna think about the leaves swaying and think about finding a quarry and, like, you know, hunting things. And then I'm gonna start thinking about what it feels like to walk through the woods barefoot and hear the leaves crunching underneath my feet and hear twigs breaking as I hunt creatures and track them.
Okay. As you focus on this and you can hear the breeze and you kind of extend what best can describe as your current consciousness or imagination to the breadth of the parchwood that consumes the valleys of the Alabaster Sierras surrounding Whitestone. You focus and you remember the journeys you had in the trees when you first arrived, the wandering hunt, that phantom individual wandering the trees in the distance that you didn't quite mark, and you're curious about that moment, and you start thinking about the people that lived here their whole life and think of the toil, and then your kind of eyes open and the sun, which was just focus, and you remember the journeys you had in the trees when you first arrived, the wandering hunt, that phantom individual wandering the trees in the distance that you didn't quite mark, and you're curious about that moment, and you start thinking about the people that lived here their whole life and think of the toil, and then your kind of eyes open and the sun, which was just beginning to come over the hills into the sky, is now far past the horizon. You're unsure how much time has passed, but you've had no vision. You've had no words, no sign, and you're now starting to hit into the afternoon. You've probably been here for a number of hours at this point, and you're starting to feel the sweat kind of drip beneath the armor, discomfort's settling in a little bit, and you're beginning to feel that conscious difficulty with separating what your mind's trying to do and what your body's telling you it's not enjoying.
I should learn to speak with plants from Keyleth.
Okay. Okay. Matt could be doing something here. And I'm going to call it out as a possibility. I'm not quite sure what he's going after here, but something's, I think, purposeful. Maybe there's just a sort of challenge gate. But also, all of the people that have described how this works to her are like, I don't know, this hasn't happened in a while. And it seems to have not happened since pre-Briarwoods. I think that's a pretty safe assumption. And it seems possible that this blocking of the vision of the Grey Hunt, maybe she won't even do the Grey Hunt. And that's maybe even one of the reasons that Matt is relatively vague on the process. That might be a post-game thing. It might be that, and the fact that the vision is blocked might be the plot hook, in the same way that I said maybe a corrupted creature during the hunt might be the hook. It could be the fact that the hunt can't even start because the fucking orb underneath is like blocking the connection upward. I don't know. Matt's doing something. I'm not quite sure what he's going after. No roles involved, so it's not something she failed in the D&D sense. Yeah. I could see it being something that she has to actively narrate that she's going to try and push through, and that might require a roll. That might require like a concentration check, like a constitution, or maybe charisma for like force of will. I could see there being an aspect to it where she just has to push through. But I don't know. Something's going on here. And I do think that what I just described might be a valid way to take it. Especially because, like, we've only been talking about the Grey Hunt for like the past 10 or 20 minutes. If that then just like turns into the plot hook, I don't think much is super duper lost there. And that's a totally fine amount of time to get into, plot hook territory.
I'm gonna sink down and I'm gonna take my armor off and try to feel the bark beneath my back.
Okay, so you turn around, armor off, just wearing your undertunic, and you press your back against the actual tree itself, leaning your head against it, and you close your eyes again and begin to concentrate. At this point in the day, the sun has crossed the the shadow is still hitting you from the side of the tree, so you're not as warm as you were before. And you focus, and you concentrate again on the expanse of this landscape. The strange difference between the warm midday, the cold mornings and evenings, and the freezing nights that bring mists and low clouds that shroud Whitestone in this somewhat middle to northern area of Taldore itself into the kind of mystic, dark mythology that has encapsulated it since it was first founded. After a while of concentrating and letting your mind wander, your eyes open again, and now you're hitting sunset. It's growing colder, the breeze has picked up a bit, and you can see some clouds making their way slowly from the wind of the southwest, cresting over the mountains on the western side, the Aldaster Sierras. No vision, no words, and you can start seeing now people are walking through the street and kind of just watching you strangely as they pass. You hear horse hooves hitting as they pass by with carts, and people kind of stop and stare and awkwardly whisper to each other and keep walking.
Sucks.
Okay, so it's almost certainly not a push-through thing. Interesting. I mean, this is one of the things that I have. This is reminiscent of something I talked about in '93 and something I've talked about before, of that old school DMing sense of like you have to ask the right question. I think this is an example where I hope that is not what's happening. I hope it is not just that she has to think about the right thing or ask the right question, because everything is so intentionally vague. And I am tempted to believe that that is not what's going on here. I don't think she just has to ask the right question here. Mostly because, and this is something to keep in mind, I think, as a DM, is exactly what Daniel said before of no roles involved. And this is one of the things I think about in terms of like, being a high roll DM or a low roll DM or whatever, however you want to say it. Even the act of asking for the role in and of itself communicates something. It communicates that there are multiple possibilities for how this action could resolve, at the very least. If there's no role, it means that whatever action you just took, there is only one way it could resolve. Which is interesting here. And again, I think that is sort of in tension with the, like, you have to ask the right question. I think those are kind of forces that don't exactly go together all the time. Or kind of work against each other, I should say. So a lot of times, even if you're doing you have to ask the right question sort of thing, I do still like the aspect of asking for roles, even if they're asking about the wrong thing. But that runs the risk of them hyper-focusing on that thing, thinking that they failed the role, even if there wasn't multiple possibilities. They just needed to ask about a different thing or need to interact with it differently. And you see, this is one of the things. This is one of the reasons I'm not a fan of that old kind of mindset, is because I think it is in tension with this secondary kind of idea and communication that there are multiple possibilities, and that if you don't get a role, you're fundamentally like doing something wrong. And they're not, I want to be careful. They're not mutually exclusive. They can be handled in tandem. I think Matt often does. But I do think that they are often in tension. The extra interesting is on the back of Percy's statement. Wanted to be something you probably deserve. A literal god is not talking to you. That's true. That's true. I would alter that slightly. I never ask for a role if there's only one outcome, but the good outcome might be info on why the only result is bad. So the two outcomes are bad with no extra info and bad with extra info. I think that's a good way to harmonize these things, Daniel. And I think that is hard, but that is a way to harmonize this, is success on the wrong question points you towards why was this question wrong, or why, or what points you kind of in the direction of the right question. I think that's a good way to think about it and to go about it if you're trying to harmonize these views, which I think they can be. That's I'm not a huge fan of the ask a right question, but I had it last episode, in 93, where I think some parts of that sequence in episode 93 were kind of rooted in that aspect, and I liked them a lot. So I definitely think it can be done super well. I just think it's more difficult with maybe more like modern D&D sensibilities.
Is anybody around that I know?
Currently, no.
Good. I feel really stupid right now. Fuck. I'm gonna try going underneath the tree where Keyleth said.
Okay.
Where the little tree house was.
Okay, so you find your way to the small tunnel that you guys first carved when you arrived in Whitestone from one of what was previously an abandoned tavern that has been reclaimed. And as you enter, you can see now the covered windows have been reopened, and the place, while not a fully functional tavern yet, is in the process of being renovated to start up business again soon. So as you enter the front door, you see about 5 different carpenters or various workers that are in the process of renovating the interior. They're all turned. Can I help you?
Oh, yeah, actually, don't mind me. I just have a tree house to get to. And I walk through and go under.
Make a persuasion check.
I don't know, man.
It's all right. It's all right. Middle of the road.
15?
15? Okay, the guy kind of looks at you and goes,
I wink at him. Keep walking.
I mean, I have no idea what that means, but
But you like it. You like it. And I
I'm
keep
gonna go ahead
going.
and send Joseph just to keep an eye. Joseph, and this one guy turns around. He's
Yeah. And I think the word you used is accurate. It's dangerous and it's risky. Especially if you're not, doing it hyper consistently. I think, we'll see. I could certainly be wrong. But I think that Laura will feel differently, because my theory is mounting right now that the normal method of communication that the histories speak of and that Keeper Yenin is reading out of the book is just not possible right now. I think it's just not possible. Now, that said, it's tough to balance as Matt of how to communicate that, right? Do you use a role to communicate that, to say like, you feel like there is, you sort of feel a channel within the Sun Tree, but it's blocked by something, or it keeps kind of sucking you back down. Every time you think you might be kind of connecting up, you feel like a pull. Do you give that away for free? Do you lock that behind a roll? Do you do nothing until she does go and ask for help? I think it probably depends on what the tone you're wanting to evoke is. Are you wanting this scene to be a sort of like Grog's arc, where Grog's arc is all about him like asking for help from his friends, right? So if this is Grog going through this, you might want to do this to force him into asking for additional help and like communicating, or needing to communicate that he has essentially failed and that he needs additional help or additional context that he can't get himself. I think that would fit really well in Grog's arc, and I think this might be the way to get someone there, is just complete stonewall, no information, until they go and ask somebody, and then the person that they go and ask and they go and tell hopefully has like a big dump or like a very big piece of informational assistance. Now, for Vex, this does seem to be, like Daniel said earlier, you know, it's somewhat playing off of this idea that it is supposed to be this self-directed thing, and that it's supposed to be something that she earns. So I don't know that the, like, forcing her to go and ask for help makes a ton of tonal sense to me. So we'll have to see. I think we're approaching the point where I'm going to have to post-analyze it because I'm not really sure what's going on. But Matt clearly has a very, like, there's a direct idea for what's going on here. And we'll have to see what it's actually accomplishing.
Looks a little touched. He turns around and goes, okay, I'll follow her.
Joseph, if you could wait at the door, that would be really helpful.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll wait by the door. Right? Sure, whatever, man. Go for it. It's fine. Let me just go back to fixing up the inside. They're fixing windowsills, and Joe, who seems to be a really sweet guy, probably in his mid-late 30s, very like shaved head, just starting to come in a little bit. Square jaw, but it's kind of sling blade style, hung off the one side a little. But he seems like he's a fair worker and intent on the job that is set before him. So
Good work, Joseph.
thank you. And he follows you in as you enter the tunnel. He begins to walk in the tunnel with you.
At the door.
Huh, right, this isn't a door.
All right. Keep walking.
All right.
As I go up, I want to put my hands on the roots, and I'm going to say, hey, Suntree. I know I can't hear you, but I really need your help right now. And I hope you can hear me. I don't know how to do this exactly, but I need to talk to Pelo. There's a lot of people that are kind of looking at me like I know what I'm doing, but I have no freaking clue. So, if you could help guide me, that would be great. And I sit down and I just keep my hands on the roots. And
As you concentrate and keep your hands on the roots, time passes what seems like 10, 20, 30, 60 minutes of silence, occasionally broken by a voice down the hallway going, you okay?
yes.
All right. You come back to focusing on the task at hand, and at times you catch yourself, you swear you feel the roots get warmer, and then you conscious of it, and then you kind of feel along, and no, it's probably about the same. You may have psyched yourself out, you're not sure. You close your eyes again, you focus, and as the boredom instinctively sets in, you have a hard time standing still. You're an individual that likes, being bombarded with sensory elements. You're a person who needs to know what's going on around you. You always have been. That sense of self-preservation, paranoia, whatever you want to call it, is being conflicted heavily with the idea of being still, quiet, and focused for a protracted period of time. And you're battling that antsiness. You are far too conscious of your physical body and the discomfort you're feeling. I want you to go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Huh. Okay. So Matt is kind of directly laying out what the tone of this is supposed to be. It's contrasting. It's basically that it's a challenge for her to meditate. But I don't know why she didn't get any skill checks or saving throws before.
God damn it.
Or if this is just, she just keeps trying the same thing. As the DM, I'm recognizing, oh, my communication isn't working. I'll give her a check so that I can more thoroughly communicate what's going on here? I don't know.
10.
10. You can feel the pain begin to rise from sitting for so long. Your pelvic bone, from just being in that position for a long period of time, is beginning to just grow more and more sore. And you begin to kind of shift in place, and as you do, it doesn't help. So you shift again, that doesn't help. And every single position you try and shift, it just seems to just throb in pain from just being stationary for so long in a position that you're not used to. And it's distracting to you. And then eventually a voice comes through down the hallway. He goes, all right, we're done and we're leaving. You good?
Great, Joseph. You know what?
What?
Thanks for everything. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay.
You okay in there?
Yep, I'm great. You can go. You can go.
Looks scary.
It's not. But don't come down here. Thank you.
All right, well, have a good night, miss.
Okay.
The footsteps just go quieter and quieter, and then as the hatch that led to the basement that you guys carved the tunnel from closes.
Is Trinket here with me?
Trinket's in your necklace.
Pop that fucker out.
Very tight space. There's now a big bear. You're like,
Hi.
so-
Sorry about that. Are you okay? Are you comfy? Are you alright? Is this too big?
kind of backs up into the tunnel partway and is now borderline Winnie the Pooh in the tree. Trinket's like fitting in there but snugly and is
Oh,
Cat trying to squeeze it into the shoebox.
how much can you stay still? I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
okay.
Oh, bother.
Trinket.
I can be still.
What? Can you come over here?
I guess. He kind of crawls forward back into the space, kind of like ducking his head under the various tree roots, like.
I'm gonna just lay down, dear. I'm just gonna lean on you. I just need you right now.
And he kind of, as uncomfortable a moment it is, he kind of curls up around you and forms this kind of crescent, soft barrier, if you will. Sorry.
You did
And you
that.
lean back into Trinket, and the warmth is comforting because it is getting colder here, especially beneath the earth in a space that aside from the natural earth insulation, the cold of the night of white stone does get pretty biting.
Yeah.
And so the warmth is welcome, and you think back and you have really no idea what sense of time it is. You really don't. You don't know how long you've been in here. It could have been minutes, hours. It's hard to tell.
It's days down here, Trinket. We're in prison forever. This fucking title. I thought I wanted it. I thought I did.
Trinket goes, really?
I know.
I don't want to stay here forever.
Well, it's not gonna be forever. Eventually, we'll get sick of it, dear.
Okay.
Then we'll leave.
And Trinket kind of falls asleep.
I lean back on him and just look up at the roots and say, "Oh, hello. You have something to tell me, and I want to hear it. And I'm getting tired of being down here, but I swear I'm fine. I'm gonna keep concentrating because I'm committed to you, and I'm committed to this hunt, and I'm committed to this title and this city, and your tree, and your leaves, and your trunk, and these roots, and the dirt around me, and all of that. And I'm gonna keep thinking."
Okay. As you're thinking about this, you're leaning back into Trinket. The warmth is comforting. Make another wisdom saving throw.
Girl.
All right.
Come on, girl.
Get it.
Get it.
Oh, I thought that was a 20, but it's not.
Not quite.
15.
15. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I've talked about time passage being a consequence for things. So I think we actually see Matt really thoroughly using that of like, this is actually a weirdly good example of the consequence for failure being time passing, but that only matters as a consequence in the traditional sense, and I'll get to why I think this is different. But that only matters if time passing matters, which it traditionally does not in D&D. In fact, if anything, time passing is kind of a good thing if the DM doesn't tie explicit bad things to it. Now, this is a bit different because there's no overall timers, and I'm not saying there even should be. This is using roles as a communication method. Like, we're talking through it in chat of like, this is Matt communicating things about her choices via roles. And as she continues to kind of, run it down mid with basically the same strategy, he's actually starting to give her roles as opposed to the start where he didn't. Now, it's also tough because once you start getting roles for it, if they do fail, like I think Laura assumes she failed with the 10, then they're just going to keep trying it. And credit to Laura, I think she had a little bit of a nice character moment. I think she is taking this and doing a good job with it. But it is kind of awkward. Like, she, I think, clearly doesn't know what to do. I don't know what she should do watching it. And I'm interested in, like, what Matt wants her to do. I don't know. I can't tell. And it's one of the risks of relying on rolling, for this sort of communication, is that if they don't roll well and you're relying on rolling to tell them that they're doing the wrong thing, if they don't roll well, you then just kind of have to like wait until they do, but then the facade kind of falls if there's no issue with it going too long, and I don't know, it's complicated. This is an interesting scene. It's displaying a bit of a conflict in delivery of secret information that I think we don't encounter a whole lot, at least in C1. Because she knows that, I think you can be almost certain that there is more to do on this plot line, right? Like, Matt would not have introduced this relatively out of the blue if the conclusion was just, yeah, you can't do it right now. Right? I don't think he would have. And I think that Laura doesn't think he would have. So now it's the question of like, well, what do I do? And Matt clearly wants it to be a little bit of a secret, or at least like hidden information, right? And so she has to uncover the hidden information, but there's no obvious or clear path on how to do so. Which is one of the, the struggles with, I mean, this is pretty in the realm of kind of social or exploration. There a lot of times just isn't a clear way through because they're not really mechanicized. The clearest way is rolling, but unless you start introducing things like maybe exhaustion, like Matt could start introducing like layers of exhaustion, as not recompense, but consequence for the failures of the rolls. I don't know. It's a very interesting one. I can't even remember how she winds up getting past this, so even with my subconscious knowing the right answer, it's not obvious. Yeah. The history of the Master of the Grey Hunt meditation under the sun tree was just a guy taking a midday nap. Yeah. This was just the last master, the reggae guy, just like fucking with people. He's like, I don't know how to do it. I took a nap and I decided what I wanted to hunt. And that's it. I mean, and maybe that is the realization that the Grey Hunt Masters just don't get visions from Paylor and they just lie about it. But if that's the case, there needs to be a lot more contextual clues that that's the case. Yeah. And there's also the other players doing nothing right now. Overall, not his best performance. Yeah, well, it's... And, I don't want to give too much of, like, a conclusive statement on it. Because I don't know the resolution. Like, I don't know what he's aiming for. Maybe, I'll see the rest of it and I'll think the thing that he is aiming for is just hard to communicate, and maybe I'll say that this was the best way to do that, even though it's, resulted in not very much going on. But I don't know. Let's see.
You lean back in the trinket and you watch this darkened space where there's no light, and so you're relying on your elvish dark vision, your elvish dark vision to kind of still take in the space. There's no color, but you understand the shapes in there, the shapes of the roots. And what seems like days go by, and your mind wanders to Percival, your mind wanders to your recent venture in the Hells, to Pike's Return, to wondering what the hell Scalen's up to what this even means. Was this
Well, and now Matt's tone is conveying the boredom, the repetitiveness. I'm starting to get the sense out of his tone that this is not what she should be doing.
worth it? Like, what are you going to do? Stay here? The whole point of you and your brother was to go and wander and not be behooven to anything, to be free. But then what is freedom at that point? Is it taking responsibility? Your mind just cyclically continues to fold in itself with all these questions and these answers, and then questions to those answers. And before you begin to realize it, you begin to fall asleep. And you swear for a moment, you begin to see the roots of the sun tree begin to grow and curl in your direction. And you try and move, but you find yourself unable to, paralyzed against the back of Trinket. And you glance over your shoulder and just look over in trinket isn't a trinket. Trinket is more roots that are curling around you. There is a clasp of various growing subterranean
A clasp. Okay, so she did just need to succeed. What?
plant life that is just beginning to impose on your space. Your vision begins to dull to blackness. You watch as the roots reach out and grab around the sides of your head and your neck and pull you and lift you up, and you start having flashes, memories of the interior of the tree in the Feywild, of the way those roots looked, ever reaching, hungry, trying to grasp whatever life and emotion they could find, and that fear begins to seep up into your throat, but you withstand it. Your understanding of the importance of this and knowing that this can't be real, you shrug off this vision in spite of the
Don't mind me, I just have to take a note. Moon tree. During Vex's vision, Matt draw at the sun tree. Matt draws a direct parallel to the moon tree in the Feywild.
roots bringing darkness to your vision. Everything goes cold and still.
I will also say, my feeling on this is that Matt probably had an alternative way that she was supposed to get here and gave up and decided to just have it be skill check gated. That's the sense that I get, which I think is fair. If you have an intention in mind as a GM and shit is like just not working out, and this is essentially, if what I am picking up is correct, I think this is a good example of fudging. When you realize that the thing that you prepped as a DM is not as obvious as you thought it was, or not as intuitive as you thought it was, and you say, oh shit, she's just gonna keep trying this until I give her something. Okay, let's start doing some checks. And you know what? I think that sort of pivot is absolutely fair. When is Megan gonna figure out the moon tree is sapient and it's the big bad? It is in lore called the Echo Tree. In the title of the episode, it's called the Echo Tree, but they never say that in the episode. So until I hear someone refer to it in episode as the Echo Tree, I'm calling it the fucking moon tree. That's mine.
And the darkness opens up once more, like your eyes, the lids just fold to reveal a beautiful, moonlight-dappled, pristine, glass-like pond in the middle of a deep forest. A very thickly wooded forest with a very, very small series of gaps in the canopy that allow these beams of white moonlight to hit the surface, to refract. Still, calm, cold, quiet. A very faint mist has gathered across the surface of this water. And you just observe. Timeless. You don't feel yourself breathing, and you feel like, I should be breathing. Am I dead? If I should breathe, that's what it means to live. But you don't sense that experience. And by the time that thought crosses you to the point where you can feel the panic beginning to brim up in the back of your mind, the water breaks, and you watch as a shape emerges from the surface of the water. Ripples begin to cascade out from the outside of the shape as it steps 1, 2, 3 times bipedal in movement. This large humanoid shape begins to step forth from the water. You see this almost 10-foot tall humanoid mass begin to step out from the water. You can see from the glistening liquid that is just coasting off of its back and body, unkept by any fur or flesh, there is a hide, a rhino-like thick gray scaled almost hide that seems to cover the entirety of its form. But what you see is its back, this massive muscled shoulder shelf, and 2 tree trunk-like arms that just swing and dangle from the sides as it begins to step further and further out of this pond. And at first you see this creature, but you still sense it belonging. And then you sense that there's a reason for this emergence. And at that point you watch as the creature, which is now maybe up to its waist, pushing onto knee depth in the water as it reaches the edge of the surface. You don't see its face, you just see over its shoulder and its massive back, no head emerging over top. It stops and turns back, and as the shoulder turns you can see the head, which is actually protruding forward out of the torso. The slumped, plated, armored head with a jaw that hinges underneath, closed, with a series of teeth in the bottom, And what you see for just a glimmer are its yellow eyes glowing, all 6 of them, in rows of 2 across the top as it glances back in your direction.
I didn't pre-watch.
And it just leaps out of the water and begins darting through trees and vanishing in the distance. And you realize the hunt is on.
Oh my god.
Your vision comes back to you. There's no vines and trinkets just sleeping behind you. And you're there in the cold darkness beneath the sun tree. What do you do?
It worked! I worked!
Okay. We're copying this whole thing. Because there's lots of stuff here. Okay. So I'm gonna point out a few things, both lore and not lore. So oh no, okay. First of all, very Feywild coded, if I had to say. The beams of white moonlight in a wooded forest, in a glade, moonlight dappled pond in the middle of a deep forest. I mean, that literally sounds like a Feywild portal. Now, also, you don't feel yourself breathing, and you feel like I should be breathing. Am I dead? I should breathe. That's what it means to live. That I feel like I'm overthinking it, but that's like a weirdly, I don't know, that rings as like weirdly specific to me. It could just be very specific poetic language. It's, pulling from ancient mythology of like the breath of life. This is, not a totally novel idea, but I don't know, stood out as somewhat specific, but it might just be flowery prose. Second thing, or third thing, I guess. It can see her. Interesting. But I thought there was several layers to this description that I think could be very well encapsulated within that like clue system that we were talking about earlier. So we can think about bipedal in movement. Bipedal. That is absolutely an exploration clue right there. Like it is bipedal. So if you find prints in the forest that seem like they come from a quadruped, not it. And I also like that because the difference between quadrupedal footprints and bipedal footprints are like a sensory observation thing. So, I mentioned earlier, like drawing out the prints, and like maybe that's what you want to do if you want to put this more in the realm of the player figuring it out. But if you want to keep it in the realm of the character figuring it out, the difference between bipedal and quadrupedal is something that might be difficult to ascertain, maybe. I don't know. And it's a pretty purely sensory thing. So as long as you don't draw it out as the DM, you can link that to maybe like a skill check. Then we have 10 foot tall. Boom. We're starting to form a silhouette, which I did not talk about at all, but especially within the topic of like cryptid hunting. I mean, I think one of the most famous cryptids ever, the Loch Ness Monster, is primarily imagined as a silhouette. So we're immediately starting to form the silhouette. Immediately. 10 foot tall. Humanoid. Got it. But there is, unkempt by any fur or flesh, there is a hide, a rhino-like thick gray scaled almost hide that seems to cover the entirety of its form. So now we know if we find fur, not from it. If we find skin, not from it. It's a scaly, sort of lizard-like hide. If we find maybe like a piece of dried out flesh that looks like it was like molted, Maybe that could have come from this. Unclear. You can see the glistening liquid coasting off its back and body. Blah, blah, blah. It seems to almost cover the entirety of its form. But what you see is its back, the massive muscle-shouldered shelf, and two tree trunk-like arms that swing and dangle from its sides as it steps further and further out of the pond. So now we're even getting some information about its gait. So if you see something moving in the distance, you can compare its silhouette. You can compare its gait. Does it have like little T-Rex arms that are pumping and chumping? Is it like holding them like this? Those probably aren't this cryptid. But does it have sort of almost ape-like, kind of shambling, thick, long arms? That's more akin to this. And then, going back to the silhouette, right here, you don't see its face. You just see over its shoulder and its massive back, no head emerging from the top. Super specific silhouette information. If you see a head, not it, which locks out most humanoids. So now you're not going to get confused if you see a humanoid silhouette in the distance, but it has the head. It's almost certainly not this. So I think we're getting tons of examples within this description of how you can, give your player essentially a list of clues that they can use to cross off certain things or certain pieces of evidence that they find as they're searching through, right? It stops and turns back as the shoulder, you can see the head, a slumped plated armor head with a jaw that hinges underneath, and a series of teeth at the bottom. It has teeth. And what you see is just a glimmer, or its eyes glowing, all 6 of them. Number 1, we get the color of the eyes. If you see orange eyes, not it. If you see blue eyes, not it. If you see green eyes, not it. And the number matters. But what can really be cleverly done with this, in rows of 2 across the top as it glances back in your direction. Now, when they're out, when Vex is out searching for this, you can either display 6 or 3 eyes to her. If this has the, kind of head shape that I'm imagining, you might be able to get kind of a profile shot, like this, where she can see 3 eyes, not 6. Or she could get a head-on view where you can see all 6. That means if you see 1 eye, probably not it. 2 eyes, probably not it. 4, 5 eyes, probably not it. I mean, maybe, but it's at least soft evidence. And that's the whole point, I think, of these sorts of exploration challenges, is to combine a bunch of soft evidence into hard, not hard evidence. Combine a bunch of soft evidence into a hard conclusion. And I think that Matt is doing a great job of that. He is talking about, the quality of the skin. He's talking about the silhouette. He's talking about color aspects of it. He is gray overall with these piercing yellow eyes. So there's tons of stuff to play with. And while she's on the hunt, he can provide so many different kinds of evidence that might lead her in a direction, but then eventually it's like, oh, I'm following something with 6 eyes. Oh, I'm following something that's 10 feet tall, but I couldn't quite see the head shape. I don't know if it had a head or not. Maybe it was just hunched. But then, oh shit, it's quadrupedal. I'm finding these foot tracks that are quadrupedal. And you can link some of those realizations to skill checks if you want. So yeah, I really like a lot of the description that we got here. And I mean, it can obviously, it seems to be able to see her. Begins darting through the trees and vanishing into the distance. Yeah. So I don't know how complicated Matt will make the actual exploration sequence, but if he wanted to make it pretty complicated, I think he has set a good like baseline amount of information and a good baseline bar. Now she could just head straight into the forest, and honestly, she probably has enough to just do that if she wanted. Or she could go and research in like the Whitestone libraries and try to find descriptions of creatures that match the information that she has. So loving it, absolutely loving it. Private eyes watching me, watching my every move. Let's get in dark vision mode and erase all that info. Yeah.
You awesome, Suntree. You're the best. Pedal, that is some fucked up shit. Okay, drink it. Wake up. We have to go hunt a thing. That looks really scary. I'm gonna die.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys just heard the howl. Do they need to go out? Oh. Oh. I see. She was letting me know she was back. I see.
How about you?
Hopefully not.
Good call. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh fuck.
So what are you
Can I
doing?
just fucking go straight for it?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I don't know how to go find like the lake that he came out of.
You're the
I
best.
remember
You're
what
a
I
racer.
smelled. Do I remember what it smelled like? It's really fast. It was going through the trees. Do I remember a specific look? Do I remember hearing about a lake in the woods?
You remember seeing it as it leapt. You took a very quick glimpse at its shape, at its feet, as its giant clawed fingers, its humanoid-like hands.
Clawed fingers, humanoid hands.
You don't know of a scent per se. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Okay.
So now we're looking for evidence of claws, but not evidence of paws, or at least, you know, I think he said you got a glance of its feet.
I
kind of
definitely
look
put
back over the memory of what you have and to pick out details.
my armor back on.
Oh, it might.
So you're putting your
I
armors, you're
might
rushing
just
out
be,
of the
might just be
area.
that.
What am I rolling?
Investigation.
I'm rolling really great
You're
tonight.
rolling dog shit tonight.
Which is great. 11.
11. Okay.
And we can even see exactly what I was talking about of like, can I tell X, Y, or Z? It's all about perception information. What can I see? What could I tell? And then we can leave the rest of the problem solving in the kind of the player brain realm.
Hi.
Best you can tell, given the circumstances, the brief
I'll
vision
turn down
you
my
had,
mic a little.
the angle of the moonbeams are coming from the right and left, meaning they're like from your perspective, they're coming at this angle upon the water. And as you step out into the night, you can see the moon is in a certain place in the sky where you envision, if that is in,
If I turn that way, it'll be coming at me this way.
depending on if it's northern direction or not. So you're trying to think of where the lake was. There are a couple of ponds that you've seen in the forest. You're not fully aware. Percival might be the person to ask about this.
Okay. I'm gonna run to Percy. Do I
Okay.
need to? Ooh, am I allowed to ask him? I'm gonna run to Percy.
Okay, Percival, you've kind of been hoping that everything worked out okay. You haven't heard.
Okay, giving direction. Percival might be the one to ask. I like the idea of like the moon orientation. That's cool.
Heard anything from Vixali since the morning. She's been gone for a good 13 hours at this point, and it's close to midnight.
At least I got some sleep.
I'm
A little bit.
I'm in my study working on things.
And you're in the process of going through books and such, and all of a sudden there's a rush of footsteps, and Vixali comes bursting into your room.
I got a vision.
Excellent.
Yeah, it looks
Oh, yeah.
really, really scary though. So thank you.
So sorry and excited. And-
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
I saw a lake, a glade. Do you know of any?
She describes the pond, and it's a smallish pond.
I have a
Glass
map
like.
in my study and I just
Yeah.
pull it out and just hand it. I must have a map.
You do,
yeah,
yeah.
please tell me.
Percy, do you know of anything that's big and tall, like around 10 feet, has 6 eyes, going straight down in a row, like in pairs, and then like is like really thick hide skin, like legs like trunks?
Grog when I'm drunk.
Well,
Do I know anything?
This is not your specialty. You haven't dealt with the Grey Hunt personally, and this is not ringing a bell.
is it usually different creatures?
It's different every time.
Yeah, asking Percy and Percy not having any knowledge, but if she wanted to maybe go to a library, if she wanted to go to Iman, like we don't know how what the timer is on this. At least there hasn't been one communicated. And she's asking very good questions. She's remembering all of the very specific details about this particular monster.
Okay. Hey, do you remember when we were coming here and we were camping out in the woods outside, and there was a woman, I think, that walked by with a pack of, was it wolves?
Yes. It was
Did
a
that have
long
anything to
time
do with this?
ago. I don't know.
Great. Just wondering. Just thought of it. Okay. I might see you later. And I go.
Okay, as you dart out, Trinket lumbering after you, look at the map, and based on the conversation you had as well, there are 2 different locations that have ponds roughly the size that your vision revealed to you. Both of them have a slight break in the canopy, so that's the key that you remember from this, and being a tracker specifically, you know that they're, most of the forest, the parchment itself, is a very dense canopy, and it rarely has breaks enough to allow that much moonlight to pass through. I need you to go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Okay, roll good. Roll good, all right?
Come on, Lord
Stop
Bailey.
rolling like shit, all right?
Come on.
All right.
Oh god,
Yes.
that was at a 1. Investigation, 24.
It's an intelligence check, so you should add your intelligence modifier.
An intelligence check would be 19.
That's still very good.
Okay.
Ascertain between the 2 locations on the map, the one that would contain both the right amount of canopy that would be open, the size of the pond, and the location of the moon would be far, far west of Whitestone, slightly north, beginning to just get near to where the Alabaster Sierra mountain range hits the bottom of the valley. So you know that's probably your best bet to get there.
I hop on Trinket's back and we take off.
Okay. This is interesting. I think, and this is, I want to be clear, this is nitpicky. I'm only nitpicking because I have a example that I like more from Matt to compare it to. And I think I like what's going on in general. So take it with a grain of salt. Right there, we have the intelligence investigation check, right? And the intelligence investigation check is positioned as the mechanism that would allow her to determine between these 2 options that she just found, right? And I think there's a really slight thing that you could do differently here, where instead of, so Laura remembers the aspects, we might say, or the properties of the environment. Environment, and describes looking for something that matches that on the map. Now, there's 2 options, I think, from here. One is the option that Matt just did, where you go, okay, you find 2 glades that match that, or those properties. You find 2 glades that match those properties. Invest check to determine between them. Or invest check to find glades that match that those properties. I will now describe their differences out loud, and you can further decide which, and you choose which you go after. I think these are kind of the 2 ways you can go with it. This is how Matt handled the doors in episode 34, where they had a thing they were looking for, and investigation or perception checks give them clues, helps narrow down their search, and they ultimately make the decision, right? There was no check that made the decision for them on which door they should go after. The checks just gave them that additional information. It helped them narrow it down. Matt reversed that here, where she just found the 2 glades. Like, she just narrowed it down on her own, and then the check is what ultimately makes the decision for her. And I think that's a little bit backwards. I think the way that Matt handled it with the door in episode 93, basically putting the checks there to help narrow down via sensory information, is better. And then giving them all of the choices that are left and everything they can see about those choices and allowing them to ultimately make the decision on which one they're going to go after as a player. It's, like I said, it's a nitpick because the component parts of these are exactly the same. It's really just the ordering of when the check comes and what the check actually gives you. So I like it overall, but I think you could swap those, and I think it's a more satisfying exploration experience.
Leap onto the back of your bear. He goes into a full sprint out of the city. From a few folks that are in the middle of the, kind of drunkenly wandering through the city or in the process of making their way home, they all step aside as Vexalia, the Grey Hunt, on top of Trinket the bear, comes tearing through Whitestone to the west, barreling towards the gap in the exterior wall of the city and charging into the depth of the Parchwood Forest. Following the map and keeping tabs on direction, about 40 minutes or so of travel, you eventually come upon where you think this pond should be. Go ahead and roll a tracking check. This will be survival with advantage.
Oh yeah, because this is my favorite terrain.
Yes.
No, the same thing.
Double
both
14s.
times.
Now, another thing, so we haven't even talked about the actual traversal of terrain over large distances. I think I think if you want to model that, I will again direct people back to episode 93. I know it's in the Hell's Arc, and I know how people feel about the Hell's Arc. I feel similarly. But I do think that was one of the best exploration sequences that I have seen in CR, and I will continue to refer back to it. You could easily, if she identifies one of the two glades, so let's just pretend that this doesn't exist, ignore that. This goes how it went, and so she has identified one of the glades. Now, rather than just being like, oh yeah, you take the map with you, you can either take the map with you, and then you will get, some sort of benefit, or you don't, and you can go faster. I don't know. Or even if you do take the map with you, navigating via map is not like following a road, right? You are basing where you go off of landmarks on the map. Very similarly to directions that a little shit-tier devil might have given you, right? The devil is essentially saying in episode 93, when you reach this landmark, which in that case, the first landmark is the first time that the path diverges, and the second landmark is the second time the path diverges, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? You can abstract those as just being landmarks, and you have a certain direction you need to go when you encounter those landmarks. So if you wanted to deepen this sequence a little bit, which Matt might not want to, especially given that this is a solo exploration sequence for this character, and so no one else is doing anything, you might want to go through this a little bit quicker. Totally get it. But if you did want to deepen it, you could say, okay, there are 3 landmarks between, there and the glade. Between Whitestone and the glade, it's this, it's this, it's this. You'll need to follow the river for 2 miles and then go perpendicular to the river until you hit a ridge, and then you follow that ridge north until you hit the glade, right? You can give landmark-based directions like that the player then has to remember. So now they can encounter landmarks, and you can kind of fuck with them. Exactly like Matt did in the exploration sequence throughout episode 93, when he introduced the illusory covered wall, where he says, okay, as you're going, they know they need to go straight, but you just see, you just say, as you approach landmark 2, you just see a left and a right. Which way are you going? You see left and right, which way are you going? And then they go, whoa, no, we're supposed to be able to go straight. You can do the exact same thing with an exploration through the woods. Exact same thing. You can even fuck with them in terms of like what is or isn't a landmark, right? If they're supposed to encounter the river and then follow the river for a mile north or something, maybe on the way, they, like, before they hit the river, or at least before they feel like they've hit the river, they encounter a stream. And, like, they're looking at it, and it's like, is this big enough to be the river? That can be an easy nature check or survival check or perception check. Maybe intelligence memory or something like that. To determine either, have I gone far enough, like in my tracking sense, have I gone far enough away to have hit the river by now? Is this stream big enough to where it would be notated as like a water source on a map, or would it just be ignored? Is this seasonal? There's all sorts of things that you can do with that. And if they're even charting their own course on a map, right, it's not a demarcated path, then they essentially just have to remember directions that they come up with based on the landmarks of the terrain. And you can really easily abstract that. You don't need a hex map crawl to represent that. You can represent that through 3 different landmarks and 3 different sets of directions based on those landmarks. And then you can mess with them by inserting obstacles or subversions or whatever along the way. And again, Matt might not want to do that. He might want this to go relatively quickly. And the more depth you add to a encounter and to a sequence like that, the longer it's going to take. So if you don't want that to be a big thing, then, you know, I get not doing all of that.
So 22.
22. You make your way and you find the pond, and you recognize it exactly. The moment you get there, this is exactly the pond in your vision. And you glance over and start finding your way around the edge, and eventually you find the thick, heavy footfolds right beneath the water, because he leapt straight out of the water, so there were no tracks directly out of, but you look just beneath the surface.
I remember him jumping into the trees.
Yes, and you look up and you can see a few branches are broken, and you begin to trace the direction of
I
where it
cast
went.
pass without a trace on myself.
Okay.
Few branches are broken. That could have been tied to a perception check. Again, I'm especially getting the sense now as I hear like kind of the speed of Matt's talking and Laura's talking. I think they probably want to go through this pretty quickly, but I am going to highlight, if you didn't want to go through it quickly, spots where you could add some depth if you wanted to. So right there, broken tree branches, that could be behind a perception check if you wanted. It could be behind them asking the right questions. Either way.
Okay.
And I'm going to stealth after him.
All right, go ahead and roll stealth check.
Yes.
Keep thinking.
Who you want to trinket for this?
I'm going to put him in the locket for the time
Okay,
being.
trinket goes into the necklace. Go ahead and roll stealth with your pass without a trace bonus.
Oh, right. Haha. 33.
33, okay. Very quietly, you dart up into the trees and begin leaping from broken branch to broken branch. Eventually, it leads you into a small opening between a series, but the trees are extremely thick, but there's certain areas where they begin to separate a bit, and you can see heavy impacts where it leapt down and found some soft ground and begins running. You can see the tracks, and you take a moment and study these tracks, and you can see exactly how these thick, 3-toed feet of the creature dig into the dirt, and you take a very
3 toes. I mean, yeah. Again, I want to highlight, I get why they're going through it quickly, but I would, like, if you are wanting to run a tracking or an exploration sequence, this actually has, like, I would say, a lot of really good, really detailed framework and clues that you could give your players for a more robust tracking sequence. The fact that it is 3-toed. That's another really specific detail of its morphology that might help a more a detailed tracking experience. If you tie that more in depth to checks or player memory, or you present them with multiple sets of tracks, and one of them has 3 toes, one of them has 4, etc. You already addressed this, but it was pretty amusing. You can make things ambiguous. Unpause. You see the exact lake you saw in your vision. Yeah. Which, like, you know, it's very funny because I think I'm pretty on board with like what Matt is doing. I think it makes a lot of sense. But he is providing all of the stuff. I mean, I might even go so far as to say that the level of depth of description that he is providing borders on the unnecessary, but I would say it borders on it. If you want to run this very quickly, but you still want it to feel like an exploration sequence, giving the details that would be used in a more high density exploration sequence, I think is a good way to give that feeling and that tone. But it is kind of funny where it's like, yeah, you could do a lot of puzzles here, a lot of, not really riddles, but like mysteries or tracking or problem solving. And they are not doing that because, problem solving just takes a while. It takes a while. And if you don't want to have a single player just doing the problem solving for a little bit, just skipping over it is a decent strategy. Matt would never be verbose. You're so right.
Very, very close watch on that. I need you to go ahead and make another wisdom survival check to see where those footfalls will take you.
So again, a 24.
24, okay.
Oh, wait, 22.
22, okay. So you begin darting through, and you notice there are points where it leaps into the trees and vanishes. The trail stops, but you can follow the brief bits. This creature is heavy. And you can see it doesn't leap up into the boughs and hang on a branch. It leaps up onto an actual tree trunk and then leaps off the trunk. And where it does, the bark splinters and breaks. Whatever this is, it's extremely dense. It's extremely heavy.
You could see patterns of, the tracks end. What do you do? I look around. Are there any clues or hints on the trees? Okay, perception check. 15, 20, I don't know. Oh yeah, you actually see that from here, the footfalls are a little bit deeper, and on a tree nearby, you see claw scrapes. And then it's like, okay, do I see any other evidence on further trees? And it's like, yes, you start to pick up on a trail of claw scrapes of it leaping branch to branch to branch. Theirs takes about, a tenth of the time that mine just did, especially because I just breezed past the rolling of dice, which takes extra time. But you can see how you could insert depth into this if you did want to, and if you didn't want to go through it so quickly. Again, I think it's fair that he does.
And to have the power and strength to lift its form on that thickness means it has some power behind it. Continuing to keep tabs, you're darting through the dark woods. Out of the right of you, you hear a sudden noise, and you are surprised as a series of birds come just fluttering past you, apparently startled for something nearby, and you watch as a forest elk kind of darts past, and is a sign of, naturally in this environment, of relatively recent movement. And you get the sense that you might be gaining on this creature, whatever it's charging.
Oh my god.
So as you're leaping and running and making the best...
Great! Oh, that's an amazing little detail that, again, Matt is breezing through. I'm cool with that. Basically, for the entire rest of this sequence, implied caveat. I think it is good for Matt to be simplifying this and going through it quickly. 2 thumbs up. I think that's good. I'm going to give some alternatives of ways that you could add depth, but I think him not adding depth is a good thing. But this is like one of the an opportunity that I don't get a lot with Matt. But like right there, the trail goes cold, but you were moving quickly and suddenly you don't know where you are. And you see a group of birds flush out of the underbrush to your right. You hear a big sound. And maybe you don't even say flush out of the underbrush, right? As you're standing there, trail gone cold, a bunch of birds come in from your east. And you just leave the player to infer from that. It's like, oh, I'm going to go in the direction that the birds came from. Because that can be a problem-solving moment for the player of, I'm going to go in that direction. Or they might say, again, can I see anything on the trees? Can I see anything in the brush? And that might be linked to a skill check of some kind. So there are all of these sorts of abstractions and obstructions that you can play with if you want this to be a lot more detailed. And especially if you want there to be a failure state. I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that Matt does not actually want Vex to fail the exploration sequence. I think there's probably a lot more... I think you would be a lot more open to her failing at the hunt itself. Like her failing to like kill the creature or deciding not to kill the creature. I think you'd be totally open to that. But I don't get the sense that this is a challenge in that it can be failed. I think it is, set dressing, rising action towards a climax. And I think he's implementing it as that pretty well. Yeah. He had an awkward start, but now he's found his thread. He's doing a really good job. Absolutely. Yeah. The power of the leap and the density of the body, this thing is going to be tough if you do fight it. very true. Yeah, I think if the whole party is joining Vex, these puzzle description exploration challenges would be perfect. I'm with you. I'm totally with you, John. If the entire party was here right now, I would absolutely want to see a little bit more depth to it, or at least I think more depth would be more justified. But it really is the fact that it's a solo mission, and they're doing it during a normal session, so you do definitely want to breeze through it. But there's so many, like, really nice descriptive elements here. Like, if you, like I said earlier, if you want to run an exploration sequence, just listen to this and look for all the spots where Matt just gives Vex information and think about how you could obscure that a little bit without totally impeding progress, right? I think that would be the main thing to focus on.
Possible path you can. Eventually, the trail begins to grow a little cold, and you find a small glade. Maybe yeah, no. about 30 feet across. The trees just kind of open, and there's the space, and it's pristine, untouched, and the trail ends entirely.
Oh,
She's gone.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, can I
it's
look
a
up?
it's a Fey
Makes
portal, bro.
You're making me
It's
too
a
ideal.
Fey portal.
Green, you said? Or
It's a clearing in the forest where the canopy
canopy.
opens a little bit, and there's just thick brush. You can see some of the roots of nearby trees kind of pop up in places, but it's as opposed to previously where the trees are pretty clustered together, and you're kind of finding your way through the slight gaps. This area is opened by about 30 feet.
Oh, well, okay. And it's okay, I get advantage because that's my favorite terrain.
Thank crappers.
That's cocked. I can say that's a 4 though. It's cocked.
It's
But
cocked. It's leaning up against.
And honestly, I think this is sort of the like clue equivalent to the Gate Guardian almost. Maybe that's a forced metaphor. I don't know. That might be a forced analogy. So I won't compare it directly. But I think that this is a good case of, you get through that, you give some, this feel of tracking, and you establish this tone as this big brrrr, and then you, at the very last moment, say, here's a singular puzzle. Bum. There it is. And we'll see what he gives her off of the roll. I hope it's not just the entire answer. I think this is a good spot. This seems to be basically the final spot before the fight. I think you should somewhat force her to come up with the conclusion that, hey, the first thing you saw of the creature was that it emerged from the pool. It probably went back into the pool. It just went back into a different pool. This is, I think, a good, moment that you can just like say like, hey, this is something you got to figure out. And we'll see if Matt does that.
Again, go
The
down
rules
with
if
your...
you can
see it
balance a
there.
die on
That's
top
when I
of
say
it.
go.
that's worse.
Oh my god.
That's worse.
1 and 2.
Oh, no.
If this is the spot of the fight, it sounds fairly white boxy to me. It's a clearing the forest. Oh, I don't think the fight will be here. I think the glade, the pool, is a Fey portal, and she will have to go into the pool, pop back out in the Feywild, and then the fight will be there. So we'll see. This does sound white boxy. I am hoping that the actual battle arena is on the other side in the Feywild.
But my perception is
13, so that's 15 for perception.
That's great. That's great because you're badass.
Maybe something along the lines of the footsteps are, like, the last tracks you can find are beelining it for the pool. Maybe something like that. I'm hoping Matt doesn't just give it up. We'll see.
Wow, really? Really, you dicks?
That's right. Watch
Again,
Why are you
rooting
betraying
it
me at
in
this moment that I need you the
sensory.
most?
There are 40 kids
Okay,
on one
so
side.
as you reach this clearing, you glance about, and it appears to be empty. There's nothing here. There's no sign. You could attempt to find tracks if you'd like.
But I have to, like, come down on the ground.
You're currently up in the tree, yeah. So
Oh,
I'm still
okay.
stealth, though.
you are.
Okay.
I'm gonna climb down the tree.
Okay. You find your way stepping onto the somewhat soft floor of the forest.
Oh, that's actually really good. I'm gonna take a minute, and I don't know what kind of creature it is, though. I don't know if I can use my primeval awareness.
Well, you can certainly try.
I'm gonna try my primeval awareness.
Okay, and what do you
You
concentrate
can certainly try. Faye?
maybe,
Faye? Faye?
Well,
Are you saying Fae just because Matt brought up Sondor's tree earlier? No, because of the moonlit glade and it emerging from the water. I mean, it's this big sort of rhino gorilla cryptid. It sounds pretty fucking Fae to me, just in the description of the creature. And it rose out of a location that is like a pretty classic Fae crossing location. Like when I think of Fae crossings, I think of circles of mushrooms, fairy circles, and moonlit glades. Those are the two things I think of when I think of Fae crossings. And, you know, I will admit, I just had the whole thing earlier in the stream relating the power of the moon tree to the Feywild, so my brain probably was already in that realm. But I think that what it came out of was a Fey crossing, and what it just went into is just a separate Fey crossing. Is my assumption here.
I've got aberrations. He's not a celestial, probably. He didn't seem like an elemental. So I've got
Seems
fiends.
Fey.
Those are guys that come from,
That's where we just were.
yeah, the hells.
Right.
I've got aberrations,
Possible.
Fae. Let me go aberrations.
do I have to choose one?
Yeah.
Aberrations is fair. Aberrations is fair. I'm not going to blame her for that. But I think it's fair.
Aberrations are what? Like a beholder?
Grody things.
Yeah, things that generally
Freaks of nature.
come from some touch of the far realm. Some
I'm
things
gonna
that are
focus on that.
okay. As you sit there and
Fair
focus, using just level 1.
Yeah, so it's within a mile of me.
Yeah. You quietly focus and
Oh,
concentrate.
up to 6 within my favorite terrain.
Sure. All right.
Sure.
You
doesn't
sense
matter.
no nearby aberrations.
Okay, can I take another second and think about fiends? No, no, Fae.
Okay. You concentrate on Fae. Nothing.
Gosh darn it. Is there nothing in my primeval awareness? Okay.
I mean, I still think it's Fae. I just think it has gone through the crossing and it's on the other side. And I'm assuming that primeval awareness only extends to the current plane you're on. And so it wouldn't be able to pierce through the Fae crossing to sense it on the other side. That is my assumption. I could be wrong. Maybe it's not a Fae. We'll see.
Okay.
Maybe it's
doing it,
Earth
Shelly.
plane oriented. Maybe it is
I'm
a
gonna
primordial.
See if I can find any tracks.
Okay. Make a survival check. With advantage.
Survival check.
Voila. Darn it.
Oh, but that's cocked.
Oh, so-
it's cocked, but it's a
It's
20. But
It's cocked, it's cocked.
It's cocked.
Roll it
It's
again,
cocked.
roll it
It's
again.
cocked.
Roll to die.
Okay, that's
Yes.
still good. That's still good. Okay,
Yeah.
24.
24. Okay. And also, if you could roll stealth again, since you are actively doing something.
Yeah, that.
Fair enough.
Roll for the bet.
And I will also say, in support of it potentially being elemental in nature, you know, I'm not fully married to the idea that the Sun Tree is pulling from the Feywild, although I'm leaning that direction. Could also be primordial. Like, you know, it's got this gray rhino-like hide that's kind of rocky, kind of. And it's got tree trunk-like arms. There's some earthiness going on there. I think Faye is more likely though.
I roll twice, because. Do I roll twice?
No, you just
32.
rolled 32.
Oh, just 32, huh?
Okay.
Okay.
You step out into the shadow, using the edges of it, and you do see the very, very faint trail, not of feet on the ground, but of claw marks, just very carefully placed, almost like it was like monkey walked along the sides of this glade. And the tracks and the claw marks stop in the small cluster of bushes where inside you can just barely see the faintest hidden glow of 6 tiny yellow dots.
Is it looking at me?
It's hard to tell. It's the direction.
Okay, never mind. It's not a Fae crossing, I guess. Or at least this one isn't. And Matt did not have her roll initiative, which does align with the aspect of, like, you get to choose its fate. Okay. I'm along for the ride. Let's go. No initiative, no battle map. We're still keeping it loose.
Yeah. I'm gonna take out an arrow.
Okay.
Oh, God. And I'm gonna fire a bramble shot at the eyes. And I'm sharpshooter.
You are. Okay, sharpshooters, -5 to hit. Plus 10 to damage. Go for it.
Oh, but I mean, I don't take. I mean, I get no.
She doesn't have to do that. She can.
Yeah,
just ignore cover.
3/4.
Oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry. Oh, I see. I see.
That's
So
all.
yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Sniper, starring Billy Zane.
You can hide afterward.
Oh,
Yeah.
Shit,
there
the
is
tiny
that.
trees have come
Oh,
out.
I could if I didn't put my hunter's mark on it, but I'm gonna hunter's mark him before I do that.
Okay.
Hunter's Merc.
Hunter's mark.
Hunter's Mark.
So
Oh, breaking up the foliage.
the general circle here.
It's a circle of trees.
Because I do not have the actual mini creature, this is working for, but I'll give you the idea. The size.
Oh my god, look at that thing.
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, he's huge. Maybe this was a mistake. I should have talked to him.
No, man.
I should have done. No.
I'm trying to bramble shot him so that I
You
can,
got
you know.
this. You got this.
Okay, we'll put that there.
Look, man, he didn't get the map until she shot. That's a good point. And I will also draw attention. I don't blame Laura Bailey for this in the slightest. But it's like she's like, "Oh, he's so big, maybe I should have talked to him." And Travis just like laughs at the idea of talking to him. And I would highlight that I believe that is because 5e gives you primarily features that focus on doing violence. Ranger is actually, I think, one of the classes that gets more pacifist stuff, but they still largely revolve around doing violence. And most of the features that you get as you level up are focused around doing violence. Again, Ranger's probably on the lesser end of that, but you still have this like, okay, the default is I'm going to shoot at it. Because that's the toys that I've been getting over the past couple level ups.
Makes this fucking
Matt owns
Alrighty,
tiny trees.
so-
And wait, before I did that, I get my broom ready, and then I'm gonna do what I did.
Okay, you get your broom ever so carefully ready. You hunter's mark him.
like that guy when he's unloading the shotgun in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, clever. Oh no, is that what this is gonna be?
Alrighty. Hunter's marked, and you're taking your ramble shot.
Yes,
Go
and
for
I
it.
got 29.
29, that hits.
Ah.
And what's the saving throw on that?
Oh, DC 17.
That is a 20. Sorry.
He is not restrained, but he does take an additional 48 of damage.
Yep.
Whoa, pretty good.
Which is right her. Okay. Right her. 10, 15,
Yep.
21 bramble shot damage.
Nice.
Thorns.
Yes. 10, 11, 12, 12, 13, 14. Was this a surprise attack?
Yes.
So isn't that an automatic crit?
Yeah.
As an assassin?
Yeah, because you're an assassin, it is. So with all the dice involved there, that's 21 times 2, that's 42.
Plus your
And
Plus
then-
the actual arrow, which is, what'd you roll for the arrow?
Plus the what?
What's the actual just arrow damage?
Arrow damage was 2.
That's 2.
Lightning damage was 2.
Okay, so that's 8 plus whatever your modifier is.
1 for Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
And then I get a sneak attack on him too.
Yeah, man.
Yep, so that's
And then 4 for that.
nice. That is 56 points of damage.
Plus the 8, plus 10 additional for the 8 and the 2 for the bracers.
Right. Whew, never mind, that's 20, that's 66 points of damage. So,
Hunter.
as you pull back and carefully aim, the arrow just disappears, and you watch as there's a flash of green energy, the arrow impacting on this creature, and the vines go around. You hear and the bushes just explode as this entity steps out, just tearing the vines off of its body, throwing them to the ground as they kind of shrivel and shake and then turn to dust and dissipate into the underbrush. As the creature steps out and looks directly at you, its 6 glowing eyes in a 3x3 pattern like that, staring right at you. The arcing of the energy kind of finishing throughout its body. It stands upright for a moment almost.
Geez.
Its hunched form goes almost more humanoid, and it looks at you with an intelligence you didn't expect.
Oh shit.
And it takes a step, and another step, and seems to almost give you a nod of respect. Roll initiative.
Bailey, one-on-one, Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh no, only 10. Oh wait, do I get to roll twice because I'm in my favorite terrain?
All right, you calling this favorite terrain thing a lot. Let me see what it actually helps. There are specifics to what your favorite terrain is aided by.
Favorite terrain?
Do I win Dungeons and Dragons
Do I
as my favorite
win?
I
terrain?
win Dungeons and Dragons.
Because Dungeons and Dragons is my favorite terrain.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah.
Sweetest.
I should really be rolling better in taverns then.
Ooh, Tavern's favorite terrain is kind of genius.
That actually is genius.
That is really genius.
You can have urban
Makes
settings as your favorite
Yeah, you
terrain.
can have urban settings.
No, it just means that your intelligence and wisdom checks related to the terrain are
Favorite
your first bonuses doubled. So technically I get an advantage, but it's still fine.
Oh, okay.
Worked out fine.
Okay.
But yeah, so no, you don't get benefit. That's what you roll for
10 for initiative.
total initiative of 10.
I
Okay.
know, okay, Matthew.
That is just under average.
So it is now the creature's turn.
Great. That's not a good thing.
All right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. It comes rushing up to you. swings one of its fists towards you. Whoosh, and its finger, it comes back as a fist, and the claws open right as it comes in your direction. The first attack, that is a 24 to hit.
That hits me.
Alrighty. You suffer from the first claw strike.
Oh no.
17 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
As soon as that claw strike comes by, it brings its second claw upward and an uppercut arc. That is going to be a natural 20.
Oh.
Come on.
That is 28 points of slashing damage.
Whoa.
And then it's going to attempt to bite you. Watch out, its jaw, this like snubbed crocodile-like jaw kind of unhinges and opens up with these natural kind of spiked teeth on each top and bottom sides to go and reach out towards you. And that is a 15.
That doesn't hit me.
So it goes to bite towards you, and after the first two strikes hit you, you duck out of the way, and you hear them snatch together over top, making a horrible clenching noise, but you are not in the jaws when they close. And as you look up, as you duck down, it kind of pulls back and like in a "what have you got" type expression. What are you doing?
Okay. I'm gonna pop Trinket out
Okay. Where?
behind him.
Trinket, watch this tiny arc of black energy arc over, and you swear you see through the eyes, even though there is no visible iris, just kind of follow the immediate motion as the rest stay focused on you. And Trinket appears behind it.
I'm gonna disengage
Okay, is your bonus?
and bamf up into the sky on my broom.
Alrighty. How high up you going? Full movement?
What is that, 30?
That is 30, yes.
Yeah, but I want to just get up to a tree that's like far away from him.
Okay.
I don't want to like hang out on the broom. I just want to be like high enough that he can't like jump up to me right away. You know what I mean?
Yep, so you're right up there.
Okay. And then I want to get like brace myself at a tree. So if I fell off the broom, I wouldn't fall onto the ground. I would like land.
So,
in a tree.
so full movement would be about 20 feet up and 10 feet back?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you would be about there and you'd be a little bit lower. We'll say for the purposes of this, since that direction does matter. Alright, so you're back over here. Got it.
Yeah.
So right up against this tree. Alright, so that's your bonus action, that's your movement. What else are you doing?
Yes. I am. He can jump really far. I know.
Up, go up.
Okay. I'm going to. I'm gonna shoot him
Okay.
twice.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think that this is actually a good example of a combat that I think would be. I'm generally a guy that likes gridded combat. Like I enjoy gridded combat. Most of my combat, I would say, is gridded, but I think this is one, especially given that it is one player and one monster, that I think not only is like possible in Theater of the Mind, but I actually think would be better served in Theater of the Mind. Because the main issue with Theater of the Mind, at least in my view, is the relative locations of points or creatures of interest, which I think is relatively simple in this. All you really need to do is track the distance and orientation relationship between the adversary and Vex, and maybe Trinket as well. And if you put it in, if you keep it in Theater of the Mind, you get to lean on all of these things, like its big jump distance, like her flying, like the water, the trees of varying heights, the thickness of the canopy, right? These are all things that get kind of lost when you put it onto a flat surface with a few solitary tree minis. Like, not to get down on Matt's map creation, but this is a fight that's relatively on the simpler side to track in Theater of the Mind, and that's going to allow you to take more thorough advantage of the types of movement that both Vex and the creature are capable of. Yeah. So I don't know. But I know that Matt loves.
Through my blazing bowstring.
Okay.
Okay.
How do I call? You just got gorilla-sized. Waitress.
Okay. 25 for the first.
That hits.
Awesome. Okay. This is 5 plus 8 is 13.
Alrighty.
Plus 4 for Hunter's Mark. Plus 3 for sneak attack. Plus 4 lightning damage.
24 damage.
Plus 2 for the bracer, so 26 damage.
26,
Oh,
alright.
wait, plus the blazing bowstring, which is another 7.
Nice.
That's fire damage.
Hunter's mark is in there already.
My Hunter's Mark is in there. And then I'm gonna try to do it again.
Heard it.
I'm trying to do the same thing again. That's fucking cacked. You fucking cacked. 28.
28 does hit.
Oh my god.
Okay, 16, 17, 18.
You got there some cat.
18 for the arrow. Plus 3 lightning damage. Plus 6 for the Hunter's Mark.
Nice.
And I don't get another sneak attack.
No, just once per round.
Blazing.
And the blazing bowstring
Blazing.
is another 7. Fire damage.
67 total damage.
That's not fucking bad.
No, that's not bad.
Fucking bad. I'm sure the thing is on the verge of death.
Alrighty.
No. Really,
It's a big.
Alright, so that's your turn.
I'm
Say
gonna
your
go-
reactions.
Yeah, all I'm gonna do is go, you seem like a nice guy. I hate to kill you.
Was that I don't speak English.
The,
Doesn't even sound like it.
the creature's arm, like, kind of glances over, Trinket behind, just kind of looks up at you in the tree and kind of It seems to, in a creepily humanoid way, kind of wipe the edge of its jaw, and then leap off this tree.
Trinket gets a swipe at him.
Yes, it does. And then leap in your direction from the sky. Your direction, arms out, jaw opens. Go ahead and make the attack for Trinket.
Okie dokie. I think he likes me, y'all. What is it, a bite attack or a claw attack? Does it matter?
Whichever one you want.
A bite attack, then.
Alrighty.
That is, what was it, this one?
Yep.
12 plus 9. 21.
That hits. Go roll damage for Trinket.
Where's my 6? Where's my 6? Thanks, bro. 9.
9 points damage for Trinket. Nice. It leaps in the air, arms out, jaw open towards you. It's going to go ahead and make a bite attack towards you.
Okay.
That is a 23 to hit.
That hits me, motherfucker.
Alrighty. You suffer 9 points. 19 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And I need you to make an athletics or acrobatics check.
Oh, shit.
Ah, that's great. That is a 34.
34. The jaw attempts to pull you from the broom. The strength of its grasp on you is extremely heavy. And you sense this is a grapple rend technique it has. However, you manage to just squeeze out of its teeth and elbow it as you push it off with your foot, releasing your grasp. You're not grappled by the creature. However, on its way down, it's going to swing out with its claws as you push it off. It's a natural 1. 2 natural ones in a row. Are you fucking kidding me?
He falls to the ground and he hurts himself. And
He definitely plummets.
He falls on the dick.
We'll say for the purposes of this, sure. As he lands into the tree slams down. And as he hits the ground and slams, you can see the dirt is like displaced from impact. This creature is extremely heavy and dense. Now seeing it like right in front of your face to the point where it's tumbling impact pushed a tree over in the middle of the forest.
Fuck.
That's the end of its turn. You're up.
Okay.
2 ones in a fucking row. No, this is my go-to die. It's the fan-given die. I use this for
I
everything.
know. I'm gonna do something. This is all fucking concentration, so I can't do shit. So I'm just gonna go up higher.
Okay.
I'm gonna hope that I'm going out of his range.
You're going full up?
Yeah.
All right, we'll say going 30 feet up. Where you were, you're up in this direction there.
Okay. And I'm gonna shoot him. I'm gonna shoot him.
Go for it.
I'm gonna shoot him twice. 19.
19 does it.
Yes. Yes. Okay, that's 6. Let's say 14, 15, 16. 16 plus 2 lightning damage plus my 1 for Hunter's Mark. But I do get sneak attack because Trinket is next to him, right? Well, I run Trinket up to him. How about that? I run Trinket up to him. So a 6 for the sneak attack.
6 damage sneak attack. I got it.
Is he prone?
Nope.
Okay. I'm gonna, for my bonus action, have Trinket attack him with a bite attack before I send off my second arrow.
Go for it.
I mean, I'm with you, Paradox. I mean, I think it is exemplary. Exemplary? It is a good example of kind of the ebb and flow of D&D combat, especially if you're not participating in it, where like there are moments of DM description that really pull you in and are very cool, and he knocks the tree over and the ground and he's dense and all this like whoa, bow. And then there's 10 seconds of rolling dice, and then you can get excited at the end, but during that 10 seconds you're just kind of chilling. And it's why I generally, and this is not a hard rule, this is a very, very soft rule that can get broken for a number of circumstances, but I typically try to not have my climaxes be situated within a combat encounter, and I especially tried to not have the actual combat encounter be the actual climax. Again, take that with a massive grain of salt. That is like a general tendency, but it is not a hard rule in any way. But it is, like, I think it is very... the reason I try to do that is because D&D combat just has this natural ebb and flow where you're abstracting very short periods of time into much larger periods of time, and you're interacting with a lot of mechanics, and especially as you get later into the game, even more mechanics to do that. It's problem solving on its face. Like, you have a lot of different options, again, especially as you get higher level. And like I said earlier, problem solving takes time. It's not the quickest thing in the world. And the description of what is happening is almost kind of inherently in slow-mo. Like, you cannot run combat in real life as fast as it happens in the story. But that it doesn't even mean that it's actually slow-mo. It's almost as if you are watching the scene, but frequently pausing it, right? So it's like you play it for 2 seconds, and then you pause it for 3 seconds, and then you play it for 2 seconds, and then you pause it for 3, which is kind of a disorienting way to experience a story. And I think it does mean that you might struggle with being interested or investing in it, or even if you don't like necessarily struggle, you might just kind of, wax and wane on it a bit, because it is kind of an inherently like stuttery experience. So yeah, I don't know. Take it with a grain of salt. I've certainly put climaxes into combats, but it is something that I lean away from when I can.
I need you to roll a concentration check, by the way, for your Hunter's Mark, because you took damage.
Oh.
So each of those hits, you gotta remember that. So just roll Constitution saving throw.
12.
12. That would have been... That's fine for the first one. Roll again.
That's not 12.
What's that one?
That's lower. That's full.
4, yeah. So Hunter's Mark, actually that last Hunter's Mark would not have...
That's okay, it was just 1 anyway.
Yeah, but that would work. So, I'm gonna remember that.
Okay.
My fault. All right.
We
So,
don't do that very often.
I know. It's okay.
Trinket's attack was 24.
24 hits.
Okay. So that's 12 for him.
Okay,
And
nice.
then I'm going to do my second attack.
Alrighty.
And that is 20 something. Which
That
is...
hits, yeah.
Okay. I hope he can't get up this high. 10, 11, 12. Plus 4 lightning damage.
Nice.
And no sneak attack.
Nope. So as they're seeing through the hide is very thick, but you're seeing the impact hitting in this you can see that the dark trails of blood just slowly dripping from each of these wounds where the arrows plug the hole. But they're all sticking and they're all staying in. You're just seeing how this pincushion of a chest now as each arrow stays protruding from the front of this creature. It's like thick gray hide, the yellow eye still glaring at you. You can see it looks around. It's glancing in the vicinity for what it can do. And your turn?
I say, so I mean, what are you doing out here? I mean, do you like web for pedal? Is this like a thing you do all the time?
Ask her name.
What's your sign?
As you're saying this, you watch the creature trinkets like kind of has it from the back. It kind of like pushes off, looks over, grabs the tree that just fell.
Oh, Jesus.
Picks it up. And it throws it in your direction, which it makes a strength check to do so.
Oh, shit.
That is a 21 to hit.
No!
Son of a gurn.
I hit.
Okay.
You would have hired.
I know, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fall and die if I get knocked off this fucking broom.
Okay.
You're like those Weatherfield videos.
You take
My sister in the woods.
17 points of bludgeoning damage as the tree strikes you.
Nightmare on Elm
okay?
Street.
I need you to go ahead. Let's
I
see.
should have had a feast or something before. I should have talked to you and had you inspire me.
Oh man, should have would have
Yeah.
Yeah, I should
Well,
have
now
thought
you
of
know.
things. I was real excited about going and
So
hunting
as the
things.
tree impacts you, it's starting to knock you off the broom, even though it'll remain attached to you. So I need you to go ahead. Oh man, this would be an interesting DC. Because it. Make a strength check to hold yourself on the broom.
Strength check?
Yeah, this is to see if from the impact you can still hold on to the broom or be knocked from it.
Natural 20.
Or strength saving throws, what it would be.
Do it right now. That's not a 20.
It's not 20, that's a 10.
It's a 10. You are thrown from the broom from the
God.
impact and immediately tumble.
Oh god.
To the tree!
Oh,
The tree
God.
that fell.
To another tree! Because it hit me and it like kind of changed the trajectory.
Okay, so you hit a series of branches on the way down.
Trinket sees it happen, he runs over and he saves me and everything's fine. And
So
I'm
as
still
you
in
plummet, the broom, as you're not on it, it goes limp and you just tumble as it's currently dangling from the chain.
Can I
attached
think
to
to
you.
like grab it as I'm falling?
Unfortunately, no.
Character development.
You land prone on the ground and
solid.
suffer
Oh, you looked at it
15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Okay. Potion. Barely.
She can like heal herself on a good day.
She better now.
It takes a step forward. Trinket does get an attack opportunity.
It gets to attack again even though it threw something?
No, it just moves up to you. It's now looming
Jesus.
over you, threatening. That was its full action, was throwing the
Need
tree.
to do a Jaeger shot
And
right
Tree got a natural 20.
Come
on, try. Oh my god, and you know what? I just remembered he rolled, it doesn't matter. He gets a crit on 19s before and he got 19.
Well,
Whatever.
now you know.
Triple the dice.
Okay, so that's a bite attack. Triple the dice?
No, he's fucking with
Damn
it.
it. Oh, I was real excited.
Really questionable.
16.
16, nice.
Heard to do it.
Yeah, that's double.
Yeah.
He's biting, it's a bite.
Look, it's awesome.
He's a
So as
bear.
he lashes out and gets a big chunk, you see like he just and steps up and is now looming over
Thanks,
you.
buddy.
Now in the darkness, as you look up from the impact, your eyes open, and all you see is this outline, the moonlight hitting the back of this creature, kind of just giving the shape, the white line of its giant shoulders and muscular chest, and the 6 glowing eyes staring down at you as it looms. Your turn.
I say, why are we doing this? Like, why are we even fighting?
Bro. I mean, just compliment to Matt. You could, he had the option to work it in more mechanically, but again, totally understand why he didn't. This is just like a thoroughly physically characterized creature. It's something I've been thinking about a lot with my NPCs. Like sometimes people have asked me in the past, like, has Critical Eyes changed my DMing? And the answer is absolutely yes. One of the major things that I have taken away is that I think that Matt does a really good job of giving a good physical and visual, like a unique set of characteristics to the visual and sort of physical description of any given creature, whether it's an NPC or this monster. I think he does a really great job of making them feel very visually distinct. And I've been thinking about that a lot with my NPCs. I was a little bit already kind of on that wave with monsters, but I've been focusing on it even more. But especially for NPCs, I've been focusing on that a lot. And like that descriptive moment that we just got there, like Matt is not describing anything new. Those are all things that we already knew about this creature. But as Vex sees it from a new perspective, those characteristics now take on this much more intimidating physical sort of tone and aspect. And I don't think they do that if they're not as strong initially as they are. They are very strong. So, I mean, just explicit compliment, you know? I didn't understand the appeal of combat until I started playing in my own home games. Yeah. Because the stuttering makes it very awkward as an audience to kind of get into. But when you're the one, you know, kind of looking at your options, you start to get into the problem-solving aspect, I think, of combat. But I 100% get that. I think that's a very reasonable thing to have happened.
Is this a thing? Is this a thing? Should we talk about this?
Are you trying to talk to it?
Yeah.
What do you...
No, would I use my whole turn to try to talk to him as I like disengage? Can I try to
If
stand
you're
up?
making quips, that's fine. But if you're like trying to actually like converse with and get through to a creature, that'll be your action.
Oh, fuck balls.
No,
That's a bad idea.
What are you doing, Victoria?
Okay, I roll out of the way of him, right? Because he's like looming over me.
He's looming over. You're prone on the ground next to him. So
Can I
you
disengage out
So
of
you
this?
disengage as a bonus action. You can move 3 squares away. So
Great, cool.
You get up. There you go.
How the fuck? What the fuck am I gonna do?
Come out, you got this.
Heal yourself.
You have your action still. What are you doing?
I used a bonus action to disengage, so I can't take a healing potion.
Correct.
Got your you got your broom still, or is the broom?
The broom is attached, just like dragging
It's
behind
dragging
me.
behind her by the ankle. It's
Action
like
plus movement. You can like double movement away,
Or you can,
up in the
you
air.
can use your action to heal.
Away from this motherfucker.
Yeah, but then he'll just attack me again.
How high
Shoot
can you
him.
go?
I'm gonna shoot him.
Oh
Okay.
shit.
I'm gonna commit.
Okay.
I'm gonna shoot him twice as I'm like staring at him.
Okay.
Say this is not the kind of hunt that I'm used to. I'm gonna try to shoot him.
Come on.
Can you, anything that can knock him prone or anything?
I mean, I guess I don't have any kind of concentration up anymore because I got fucking destroyed.
Correct.
Destroy dragons. Tree men.
These are all bonus though. Like, really, I
Hawks.
can't do shit. I kind of suck.
Ventress? Can't Ventress do something?
Ventress can
Oh,
do
you
Rebel
used it.
which I already did. 17.
17 just barely hits.
Misses or hits?
Barely hits.
Okay.
Dirtus.
Okay, 10, 11, 12. 12 plus 1 lightning damage. Trinket ran up as I was saying that. Plus 2 sneak attack.
Okay.
Trinket's gonna run up and take a swipe while I'm doing this.
Go for it.
Oh wait, no, I use my bonus action to disengage. Trinket can't do that.
Correct. Yes, you only get your 2 attacks.
Great. Okay. 29.
29 hits.
Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad, guys. This is super bad. 14, 15, 16. Oh no, that doesn't count. 16. Plus 2 lightning damage.
It's 18. 18 points of damage. All right, you watch as all these arrows sing into its body, its abdomen, its knee, and one of the knees kind of buckles a little bit. It's like, you can see now it's visibly hurt. Like it's bleeding from a lot of places. And it's like as it stands back up, its knee shakes from the impact. And as its knee locks into place, the arrow that you just shot snaps from the hide, clicking together.
I'm just gonna put my arms down and stare at him.
And you stare as it just looms towards you. As it gets stepping up to you now, at your standing position, it's a good 4 feet taller than you. String gets another attack opportunity as it moves towards you, not even focusing on where you're standing.
Double crit.
16.
16 just misses. It swipes and it hits the back, it just skids off the hide, leaving these scratch marks, but no real damage. As it just kind of looms forward, it's going to go ahead and take its multi-attack on you. It just kind of looks at you and goes, as you hear its knuckles crack, these thick, as it brings its fists in a giant, angry punches and swings the first claw towards you. That is a 4 plus 9, 13. Misses you. It's cocked. That is an 8 plus 9, that is 17.
Doesn't hit.
Oh god.
The bite attack. That is a 27.
That definitely. That
Okay.
Dodge.
You're right.
I can't watch. I can't watch.
I don't have uncanny dodge yet. That's level 5, 7 or something.
14 points of piercing damage.
I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah,
I
sure.
need you to make another athletics or acrobatics check as its jaw is now clamping on
Oh,
you.
he's
so
trying to grapple
you.
me. 18.
Okay, okay.
18. 14. Yeah. Fucking, this guy cannot roll for shit when it comes to
But then neither can I.
There you go.
Also, complimentary to Matt here. I have it, somewhat established, but I'm not always consistent with it, that I will let my players check if a creature is bloodied. That's just a thing that they can do during combat. Matt doesn't really do that, but he does actively kind of tell them when it's close to death. And it's a solid thing to do right before this turn and right before Vex's potential last turn, is to give her some amount of indication as to whether or not it is possible to actually kill this thing or whether she needs to just full run away. Now, would she full run away? Who knows? I think if Matt had said, like, it doesn't look that hurt, I think she would have tried to fully run away. At least possibly. Or, you know, somehow fuck with its movement so that she could get away from it. And so I think it is, especially approaching this tipping point where she is so low on health, it's good to give her that additional information that, like, Vexalia would have, right? Like, that's why I don't really mind giving it away for free, because this is just something that, like, Vexalia, the character, would be able to perceive. So I don't mind that. But yeah, good point to do it. It seems like he waits until about bloody to acknowledge any visual damage. It's true. He also seems to have a squishier threshold to say when it looks almost dead or in bad shape or something. Yeah, it seems like it's a little bit more about the context around what is happening. Yeah. How? Oh, it's possible. It's possible.
So the jaws clamp on you, and you just muscle and squeeze out. You can feel the teeth kind of tear against your flesh between the bits of your leather armor. As you pull away, the armor kind of snaps open and hinges, and you now have your bloodied shoulder exposed in the moonlight right now in the canopy as it's there. You're heaving. It's kind of heaving, staring you down. What are you gonna do? It's your turn.
I'm gonna have Trinket run up, and I'm gonna fucking have to disengage and run the fuck away, because that's all I can do. I'm gonna disengage and run and, like, as far towards that tree circle as I can.
Okay. So, as you go to disengage, you can go around.
Okay.
25, 30, that's where you can get right there.
Yeah, so I'm a Trinket in front of me, and then I'm gonna take 2 more shots at
Okay,
it.
go for it.
Zip. Do it out.
Come on, finish
on the
it.
edge.
Or finish it. Dice
I
jam.
know, I'm gonna die if I don't do this. Okay, that hits, that's 28.
Okay, then roll damage.
Okay. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 2 for lightning damage, and
Okay.
then 6 for the sneak attack.
All right, nice. How do you want to do this? The creature is wounded, it's breathing heavy, it's standing there, and as you rush past, it kind of turns around and stands tall again, kind of looking back at you. As you have the arrow in your sights and you release the arrow, what do you want to do?
I don't want to be fatal.
Oh, okay. So what are you doing with the arrow then?
Hit him with the feather end.
Just the feather head. I'm
on the
gonna
nose.
get him, like, in the shoulder, like.
I mean, before it gets mentioned, ranged attacks can't do non-lethal. I'm very willing to be squishy on that rule if it's not a super combat and super morality focused game. Like, if you're not needing to consider non-lethal on every single encounter, which I think is the case in Critical Role, I'm willing to be pretty squishy on non-lethal and lethal. It's not raw. I'm willing to let ranged attacks be non-lethal.
Up here.
Okay, so the arrow, as you release it, it hits right below kind of where a clavicle would be, and it sinks in deep. It goes in probably a good 5, 6, deeper than any other arrow that you've hit it with is done. And it sinks, and you can just see it stops at the feathers of the chest, and it gives it a and falls back to its one knee that it was on, falls onto its second knee, and its arms kind of lean forward, barely keeping itself up like a gorilla. It's just...
Trinket is standing right in front of him, eyeing him down. And I say, "You're a noble creature, sent here for a reason. Yes?"
There's very little response. It's just kind of standing there looking at you. You can see the eyes are focused on you, even through just the slight glimmers of yellow, even though some of them are like lulling and blinking. Its muscles are tensing and relaxing as it's just taking all of its strength to stay partially standing at this moment, but it's listening.
You can leave. You can go back to where you came from. I protect this forest now. This is mine.
Make just a straight charisma roll. I'm just adding your charisma modifier.
I'm scared of all my dice right now.
Use
Oh,
Liam's.
God. I know, right? Straight charisma. 7?
7?
I know, right? I don't add, it's not a saving throw, it's just a check.
It's just a check, yeah.
I'm gonna throw up.
It stands up. And almost falls again onto its knee, grasps and just kind of puts its arm over where the last arrow went in.
Hard lesson.
It is.
Turns around and leaps back into
It
the
can
forest.
leap? No, it leaves. I take the final arrow before it gets away.
Okay, go ahead and fire.
18.
That hits. Go roll
Oh,
damage.
I'm gonna throw up. Sorry, this is so late, guys. 15, 16, 17, plus 2 lightning damage.
As it leaps in the air, you just barely see the shadow disappearing into the canopy. So take your final arrow and let loose. How do you want to do this?
Just right between the shoulder blades.
It hits. You think it hit. You don't hear anything. Quiet. And then the heaviest boulder-like impact of its body, one of the forest ground, skidding into the mud, hitting another tree. That tree falls on top, and you have to kind of dodge to the side to make sure that nothing else falls in the area. Then stillness and calm, quiet hits, and the cold finally comes in as the blood is pumping and the adrenaline's hitting you. You felt so warm and you're sweating. At that point, as you're breathing in heavily, you feel the biting cold of the air hitting your lungs, and at that point, the adrenaline begins to subside, and you notice your breath is showing up, and it is a very cold, low mist night now emerging within the forest.
I walk up and I scratch Trinket on the head. You did real good there, bud. We're not dead. And I cast Cure Wounds on myself.
All right.
And then
I mean, I don't know if this was purposeful, but it's a very nice symbolism there of its cold, and the breath is showing up when we had this exact sort of, not foreshadowing, I don't even know what to call it. It's like symbolic mirroring of I should breathe, that's what it means to live. And right after you survive this very close encounter, you see your breath in the air. I don't know how purposeful it was, but it's nice symbolic imagery.
walk over and try to find a fucking trophy on this guy.
Okay, you walk over and you find, indeed, the creature is laid out. It is dead. It is cold. The arrow sticking out of the back. The final blow seems to have hit a very core nerve center of its back. So carve whatever trophy you wish for its body.
I'm just gonna cut his hand off.
Okay, so you eventually pull out a small dagger and
gonna cut his hand off,
hack
maybe.
the hand off. It takes you a little while, but you do manage to get it. And the hand alone probably weighs almost as much as you do.
Jeez.
Big as an ostrich.
This was maybe the wrong sort of trophy to grab. Okay.
Trinket walks over and takes it up in his jaw.
Wow. You're really strong. Did you know that? And I guess I'm gonna, you don't have to carry it just yet because I want to set fire to the body and burn it.
Okay.
I'll use some of the branches from the trees he fucking knocked over to set fire.
Okay, you do notice that because this area is very thickly wooded, setting a fire in the middle of the parchwood forest, probably not a good
Well, I'm
idea.
gonna do it in the opening right there. Look at that. I guess I can't because
You try and tug the creature, and even with Trinket's help, this thing weighs like 2 tons.
I feel like as a hunter, I would know how to like set a fire to something without setting fucking fire to trees.
I'm good at
Make a wisdom
campfires.
survival check. No advantage on this one. This is, you would have disadvantage, so
This
it's
is her
negating
favorite
it.
terrain.
Roll for it.
Y'all, this is survival?
Survival.
18.
18. It takes you the better part of the evening, but you manage to set a very localized flame around this, making sure you have very, very damp moss and bits of wet mud caked around to make sure the flame doesn't spread. Eventually the body does begin to burn, and by the time you finish and you feel successful, you notice the faint glimmer of morning sun beginning to crest over the mountain.
I bet everyone thinks we're dead. Hey, Pelo. I don't know if I'm saying your name wrong. Thanks for that. And I'll be here next time you send something my way.
It's bruised, beaten. You and Trinket find your way back to Whitestone. You stumble up just as everyone's kind of coming to consciousness. The worrying has kept you up, and you've been...
I've known that the necklace hasn't gone.
No. Eventually, as you guys are getting breakfast and discussing if anyone had seen you, you watch as Vexalia stumbles in, bloodied, bruised, filthy, and Trinket stumbles in beneath and just kind of chucks this giant gray severed hand of a creature onto the ground.
And she's great with money. And oh look, she's back.
Oh, you look awesome. You look like shit, but you look awesome.
Who has a mimosa?
We
Yeah.
all here. You look great. That thing looks so heavy.
The staff
It's so heavy I
scatter
couldn't pick it up.
to make you
I had to carry it.
What did that belong to?
It was this big, like, weird rhino-y thing with, like, 6 eyes. And I tried to talk to him, but he just didn't want to listen. And I swear, he almost fucking killed me.
And did you
I
have
didn't
anything
want
to ask to him?
I mean, yeah.
Big rhino
Yeah.
with 6 eyes.
I said, bye, time for you, bye.
Sure, you've read around.
What am I rolling?
This would be a general intelligence check.
Just a general intelligence check?
I read around.
23.
23. As soon as she says that, you're like, this is a gray render.
You killed a grey render.
Wait, I asked you before I left. Do you know of anything that's grey with, like, 6 eyes and you didn't know, and now you know?
Seeing the hand kind of triggered it.
There's a surprising number of things with 6 eyes. And that's that's interesting.
Wait, he was really tough to go with.
yeah.
I mean, if we
The
would
things
have
you-
been there together, like, no problem,
What
like,
you know of gray
instant
renders
death, but...
is they are asexual creatures that reproduce only one asexually per generation. They are territorial and very protective of their young, and generally sometimes bind themselves as a protector of a certain territory. And given certain circumstances, can choose either an individual or a space to protect as well. But that can depend on circumstances. Otherwise, they can be a dangerous force of nature.
Wait, does that mean it was a good guy? Did I kill a good thing?
That means it was natural. It didn't have a good or bad aspect to it.
Does that mean it's got like a baby somewhere in the woods and I just
Maybe.
didn't know about it?
Maybe not. That means that you were sent, and that you did what you thought was right. This thing could have been a terrible danger.
Well, yeah.
Don't second guess yourself.
No.
You're in luck.
We'll talk more about it at the beginning of the next episode. That felt unnecessary for Matt to say. What did Matt say? Am I what, the protector thing? Look, I mean, what I'm taking away from it is I don't know if it's unnecessary or not. They're asking into questions about the Grey Render. And that is implying to me, which is something I was somewhat worried about, is that I don't know that vision was from Pelor. I mean, as we talked about earlier, the Sun Tree said that Pelor's grace left a while ago. Something gave her that vision. And we know that Matt will sometimes require them to like remember things and to pick up on small things, i.e. teleportation circle in Whitestone. So I could see it being that Matt was like, hey, if they get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't. Like, I've said that Pelor's grace left here. They're not going to get a vision from Pelor. If they do get a vision, I don't know what it's from. But it might be something that sends them after something good. Percy just said they didn't have any good or bad, but that's explicitly not how things work in the Forgotten Realms. Like, it's a reasonable thing to say from our moral perspective watching this, but it is explicitly not the way that the cosmology is set up. It did have a good, bad, or neutral leaning. And it sounds relatively, either good or neutral. It certainly doesn't sound evil. What would give them a vision if not Pelor, Warlock Lover? Artagan, something that wants to soften up the defenses around Whitestone. The Sun Tree, possibly. Maybe the Sun Tree's annoyed. It could be super banal. And it could be that it's just like the Sun Tree was a little annoyed at the monster shits that the Grey Render would take and directed her to kill it since she kept fucking asking. Like, at first it was like, I'm just gonna ignore her. I can't talk to her anyways. She'll get the hint. And then she doesn't get the hint, and he's like, well, I guess I'll send her after the thing that keeps shitting on my roots. Now, and maybe that is something that Laura, that Vex would be super okay with. Maybe she's down to do that sort of work. Or maybe she's not as down to go trophy hunting for some sort of banal or petty reason like that. I think it's an interesting sort of moral position to put her in. Yeah. Laura is now second guessing herself, which wasn't unnecessary, kind of leaving the encounter with a negative feeling. It is. I think the negative feeling is purposeful, I suppose. Especially given that it was, I think, pretty clear that there was a non-violent way through that. And Matt has already established non-violent encounters before this. And we just got out of the hells where the solution isn't necessarily killing everything around you. She could have let it get away and failed the Grey Hunt. And so now she has to deal with the consequences, you know? The second guessing is a Laura Bailey thing. Even if it's a Vex thing, I think it is perfectly fine to leave her with second guessing there, as long as there is more to uncover. If there isn't anything else to uncover, like if this is about as deep as it goes, if it's, you know, a very shallow situation, maybe then it's a little unnecessary. But my assumption is that there is more to uncover here. Whether or not the characters end up doing that, who knows? But I think it's more than fine to leave her second guessing it, especially when, you know, I took the note of it. This thing might be sapient. Matt repeatedly and specifically drew attention to how human-like this thing is. I don't think it's inappropriate or unnecessary at all to leave her second guessing all that. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
did good.
Yeah.
Plus, it's kind of cool that you killed something called a Grey Render to become
A
the lady
great hunt.
of the Grey Hunt.
Totally. Hey, that makes sense.
Yes, that is a
Cool.
thing.
And you did it by yourself.
Yo, I'm gonna throw up. No, I'm okay. No, I'm gonna throw up. No, I'm good. I'm just gonna drink my most.
Just keep going.
Okay. I need sleep. It's been a while. I'm gonna go lay down. I love you guys.
I love you.
I'm so glad you're here.
Me too.
Good night.
You
All
did
right.
it.
I'm going to take my sister to bed.
I'm very proud
Thank
of
you.
We've all learned things from single moms today.
Way to bring it all back.
Oh my god. Can I have that?
I feel really good. Can you?
Do they do something with this trophy, or is that?
I mean, for it is the property of the whoever succeeds at the Grey Hunt. It is their trophy to mount, utilize, or discard as they please.
I just want to like go over and fold all the fingers back except the middle one.
Can Grog lift it okay? I guess he's
Yeah,
the
you
only
can
one.
lift it fine. You're 26 strength. Yeah. You're right.
I mean, okay. Also, we've got 14 minutes left. I don't know what's coming up, but I don't want to rush through it and not have like any time to talk about it. I don't think I'm going to do a 0.75, but I'm just going to watch the last 12 minutes of this on Monday at the start of that stream. Because I'm starting to like get really clock watchy. I'm starting to get a little bit antsy about going, and I don't want that to degrade anything. Check if the last few minutes are fan art. That John has, like, you know, Matt ends the session, post session, 7-minute art break, all that. So yeah, I will definitely watch it on stream. I'm just gonna shift it to the beginning of next one. But yeah. Okay, so no worries, caller identity. But yeah, I don't like, you know, degrading the experience, especially because, you know, my content is based on someone else's, and so I don't want to like shortchange theirs by having to rush mine, and yeah. So I'm gonna call it there. Really interesting. Really interesting episode. Really interesting interactions at the beginning. A lot of, I think, the baseline of what would make a really good exploration challenge that was rushed through, or maybe not rushed through, maybe sped through for very obvious and I think very reasonable reasons. Like, I think it was the right call. But a lot of really good basis for exploration there. So stream is not ending quite yet. It's ending right now. I will see you all on Monday. Have a good weekend. We'll finish this on Monday, and then we'll watch 45. 45? 95. I'll see you all then. Thanks again. Goodbye.